a more robust marketing effort to, just like I think Commissioner Joseph recently did a partnership to bring a cancer bus here. We need more awareness so that the community can benefit from the services that we provide here. So thank you again for your service.
Thank you,
so much.
Commissioner John. Thank you.
And I just want to say that every year when we celebrate Haitian American Month, we are honored to have the beautiful art of Sophia on display at the library. So thank you so much.
I'm blushing now.
All right. Anyone else? Huh? Go. Oh, no, just,
Okay.
no, that's it.
Thank you so much for having us.
Thank you so much for your time.
Did you want to say something?
Yeah, but not related to this.
Okay. All right.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor, for recognizing me for a point of personal privilege. As a role model, I feel that when we have another role model in the audience, it's very important that we recognize them. And we missed the opportunity of recognizing a very astute and big part of our educational community who is also a role model. We have our principal, Mr. Aristide, who is in the room, Mr. Wallace Aristide. So thank you so much for joining us today. And he's the former principal of Northwestern Edison as well, if I'm not mistaken? Dean of Edison. Dean of Edison as well. So thank you so much for your service to our community. Thank you.
All right. Okay. Thank you. Okay.
While they're introducing, do you want our Attorney Geller to introduce the mayor?
Well, let me just finish the, I want to just finish the presentations, then we'll do it right after that. Okay. All right, 5.3, FIU Strategic Plan Update, Dr. Howard Frank. Feel free to bring your team if you need to.
We're up here, okay.
Oh, I know him from.
Huh? Well, he called me for an interview. Yeah, that was like a month ago.
Pleasure. Next. Okay.
Yeah, that's what we thought about the community, what we need.
Thank you very much.
Maybe two.
Before I'd like to deviate a little bit from the script and with 2 points. The first point is I would like to thank the commissioners and the department heads for their very, very insightful and wonderful interviews. They are an important foundation for this effort. And I'd like to thank Bernice and Natalia for, as we like to say in academia, herding the cats. It isn't always easy to line up 20 interviews of very busy people. And I'd like to say thank you. Commissioner Smith, in my 37 years as an egghead, I have never interviewed someone at a hospital taking care of a spouse, and that shows a lot of dedication on 2 fronts. So thank you. So the second point, before starting formally, is I think you are in a wonderful spot as a community. We're undertaking this effort at a time when there's a willingness on your part and your department head's part to roll up their sleeves and tackle issues that maybe were put on hold a while because of some organizational discord, if I can be polite. And I think this is the beginning of a new era. And I think this is an effort that's coming at the right time. And it's been so far a real joy working with the city staff, and we will look forward to completing this effort. So with no further ado, why do strategic planning? So John Bryson, who's an expert in the field, would say this is a time to make your future, not just to think about the future, to define your future. And as a community, you have the ability to do that right now, and that's important. I would also say, if I can do another quote, before D-Day, Eisenhower told his command staff plans are nothing, planning is everything. And I think that's an important thing to note as well. We hope to turn out a living, breathing document that you can use, not just now, but for the future. So what are we trying to do? Well, we want to come up with a document that aligns with the future, aligns objectives, guides your decision-making, facilitates coordination. I think it's going to force you to think across organizational silos. It promotes efficiency. Thank you. Let's see. Is that better? Okay. Facilitates coordination, promotes efficiency, and enhances accountability. And to that, I'd also say we are going to be considering and designing performance measures because we know City Manager Diaz wants to employ a performance measurement system, and we hope to provide you with workable measures. What have we done so far? Well, we've done a demographic assessment, which I think was very useful for the interviews. It grounded the interviews. Where are you as a community? Of course, we've done our interviews with you and the department directors. And I will say that I think there is enormous alignment. One of the things that we first wondered about when we started this was, would the commission have a different view from the department heads? No, not at all. I think there's a very consistent view of what the hot issues are for the city and the path forward and how to go about dealing with them. As we speak, and my colleague Maria Ilcheva will give you more about this, we are well on our way to getting 400 surveys. We're up to 174 surveys, which is another pillar of this effort. And this will be both residents and businesses. I know there's going to be another wave coming out, I think, in the utility billing soon. So we're off to a great start on that. With the intervention of Mr. Scott and Mr. Diaz, we will arrange, I believe, 3 community stakeholder roundtables, of which you, if you choose to, will be involved. Of course, we will abide by, to the extent you're involved, we'll abide by sunshine laws. We'll have a commission workshop. And then we have our marching orders to have a strategic plan in place by, I believe, September 30th. And you should have, I think, more information, more grist for the mill as you do your upcoming budget deliberations. So with no further ado, I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Carrie Kong, who has worked at synthesizing the interviews and will go over the major findings.
Good evening, everyone. So the findings, like Dr. Frank said, from the commissioners and department directors generally aligned. So I will introduce the 5 major common themes from the responses on the question of budget priorities. So the most frequently mentioned priority is infrastructure improvements. Immediate attention is required for deferred maintenance and upgrading outdated facilities and equipment. So they also emphasize the need for comprehensive capital improvement programs to meet growing community needs. And this include, for example, like new city buildings, parks, and transportations, and future projects may involve like significant overhauls or new constructions. And beautification and branding efforts are necessary to enhance the city's identity and attractiveness to outsiders. The second most frequently mentioned priority is financial stability and budget concerns. So most interviewees, they emphasize stabilizing the budget, increasing reserves, and ensuring fiscal responsibility to protect from the economic downturns. And they emphasize some interviewees suggested implementing non-ad valorem tax collection and other revenue-generating measures, and securing bonds, loans, and grants to fund necessary infrastructure upgrades and replacements, and develop sustainable funding strategies for long-term projects through comprehensive assessments and public-private partnership. And the responses also underscore the priority of economic and community development. In the short term, implement economic development incentives and supporting local businesses, attracting investments, and enhancing economic competitiveness. And pursue more grants and funding opportunities to support economic initiatives and infrastructure projects. In the long term, focus on long-term planning for economic growth. For example, they mentioned developing small business incubators or creating a designated downtown corridor, and conduct cost revenue analysis for sustainable developments. And also prepare for future community expansion driven by new construction through improving infrastructure and maintaining adequate staffing to ensure high standards of service. And the next common theme is staffing and training. Many commissioners and department directors, they highlight the need to address staffing shortages and return current employees. Competitive salary and proper training is critical to maintain a skilled workforce. In the long term, investment in ongoing professional development and succession planning is critical for the city to provide, to continue to provide high standard services and focus on stabilizing management and improving training programs to meet industry standards. And lastly, quite a few of the interviewees mentioned technology and modernization. So in the short term, enhancing the current technological systems and interdepartmental communication to increase efficiency. In the long term, continue investment in advanced technology and infrastructure to support modernization and digital services. And also develop centralized service centers to streamline city services and improve accessibility for residents. So at this point, the path forward is that the GPMC team, we help to build on North Miami Beach solid foundation with significant pride in being a full-service city with a great location and quality municipal services, including its own library and water plant. So we will integrate findings from surveys, interviews, and community roundtables to inform a strategic plan, which also includes metrics for gauging progress. So, and we need your help in our success. So we kindly request city staff and elected officials to spread the word on the surveys. As Dr. Frank said, our goal is 400 responses. And we also need your help to organize high-impact roundtable of key stakeholders. So please communicate with Deputy Manager Scott for community organizations and leaders we want to include in the roundtables. Our goal is to have a list of 30 representatives who can speak on behalf of the respective constituencies. So this is our progress report. Thank you. Any questions?
Let's make sure that you have a question.
Are they taking questions? You were going to go?
No, we can.
Go ahead. I'll wait.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Commissioners, thank you for being part of this process. I think this is something that the city has always taken upon itself, but we're adding a new dimension as we're going into more of a visioning process with our constituents throughout the city. The key aspect in the summary of the progress report that I heard when it was first presented to me is that the majority of the priorities from the commission and even from staff are aligned. There's not a wide gap between where your individual interviews with FIU or staff's individual interviews with them were off. And so I think we're actually walking down the right path. I think going out for these roundtables and these community workshops and hearing from the community as well is going to add an additional dynamic to this that really allows us to be looking towards the future as not only we're moving forward this year, but as we start looking for the next 5, 10, 15, and 20 years of how that's going to be developing. It's not that we wouldn't do something in years to come when this is done, because this is a living document that changes every year or every 2 years. But I think we're actually much closer in our priorities than what we may have thought we were. And I'm proud of that and the steps that our staff is going through in lockstep with you all in moving those priorities forward.
Thank you. Any other comment? Yeah.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. Well, I just wanted to thank our staff and also thank FIU, Dr. Frank, and I'm sorry, Dr. Frank, and then
Carrie Kong.
Carrie Khan. I'm sorry, I apologize, and Maria, the whole team.
The team.
Thank you guys so much. You know, when I spoke to you guys, we probably spent about an hour on the phone, and I felt like I was in a therapy session, right? And it really, and I gave it everything I had, right? Yes. Because there was a lot on my mind, and you guys just sat there, listened, and helped me kind of sift through my thoughts. And if everyone is on the same page, that must mean everyone else felt like they were in a therapy session as well. Right.
I don't claim to be a licensed therapist, but you know, if you think so, I'll add that to my quiver.
But what I will say is that, you know, what that says to me is that we were never really confused about what we want. The biggest issue has been how do we get there? How do we get there, and how do we get there in an ever-changing environment where your managers are, you know, 2-3 years tops. And, you know, your commission is also shifting every 2 years. You know, I don't think I've seen, other than Miami Gardens, where a manager has been around for 10 years, right? And I think one of the reasons managers don't stay as long as they can is because while those priorities are clear, moving those priorities forward typically is where there are issues, right? And where there's a disconnect. And so I want to empower our management team so that they can be able to move these priorities forward. And so my question to you is, as it relates to management versus execution of new projects and priorities, what systems have you seen implemented in cities where it allows the manager to do his job of managing while allowing also for the city to work on new projects and move those projects forward in a timely manner? And this is not specific to our manager, because this is an issue that I feel a lot of municipalities are having. In 2010, when I served here as an appointed council person, there were items that we were working on in 2010 that when I got elected in 2018 were still sitting on the 4th floor and hadn't been done, hadn't been touched. And we're still debating almost 6 years later about wayfinding signs. Conversations that I had in 2010. So this is not a Mario Diaz issue. This is perhaps not even a commission issue, as much as it is what systems do we need to implement so that we can move projects forward, because cities are struggling to move projects forward. 40 years on Washington Park. So, you know, what have you seen that allows him to do his job of managing and keeping the doors open while moving those projects forward? Thank you.
Some of you have mentioned Coral Springs as a benchmark community. And Coral Springs has won a Baldrige Award, which is given by the federal government, and it's won a Sterling Award, which is given at the state level for excellence in management. And you know, I've had some interaction with Coral Springs, and I think, in a nutshell, the elected officials understand that good execution is good politics, and that that, that the residents want to see good services and they want to see results. And to the extent they see good services and good results, it is an alignment of community need and political imperatives. That's my short and sweet answer. The other thing I'd say is, like so many communities in South Florida, you are coming to a reckoning that infrastructure is high need, it's high cost, but the longer things are deferred, the more costly they become. And, FIU is my day job, but I am on the governing board of Pine Island Ridge, which is almost a mini city up in Broward. It used to be unincorporated Broward, now it's part of Davie. And I see this, it's 7,500 people, so it's almost like a mini city. And, they have deferred a lot of capital, and they're paying a price for it now. Because the roof job that was $35,000 per unit before the pandemic is now 55 or 58. So I think that's you're going to have to deal with that. I heard that beginning of the meeting with Washington Park. There's a biting of the bullet that eventually you're going to have to face. The other thing which, I will write up on, you've mentioned it and the directors mentioned it, is the difficulty of getting staff and keeping a cadre of professional people on board. And that's not just your problem. That's FIU. Maria and I laugh. The strategic plan, they want to reduce annual turnover to 25% a year, which gives you some idea how bad turnover must be in the staff at FIU. So you are facing not just a North Miami Beach issue, you're facing a public sector issue, and that has a lot of roots about young people not wanting to go into government, et cetera, et cetera. So I think there's, speaking truth to power, as we like to say, and coming and acknowledging realities. But I also think management makes you look good by executing well. How does that sound? And that's that's Howard Frank's street wisdom, or you could degrade that to something else which I can't mention here in public.
That's why they call you Frank.
Yeah.
That's right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, Counselor. I could go further.
Thank you so much for your response. I know I'm hoping that we're going to get into some sort of a workshop at some point with the community. But I always say people need a king they can see. And the king they can see, I believe, is beautification. That's one of the big parts that we need to focus on. And, I think one of the things that we need to do is really segment this city. ACM Scott, we've talked about this for the past couple of years, that we need to segment this city and decide what neighborhoods we're going to target. Not to say that we're not going to continue to work on other parts of our municipality when it comes to infrastructure, et cetera. But if we can segment the city and say, we're going to pick Washington Park or we're going to pick Victory Park, and for the fiscal year 2024-25, when it comes to beautification, whether it's paving roads, planting trees, swale improvement, whatever it is, wayfinding signs, stop signs, speedometers, we're going to focus on that district. So by the end of that fiscal year, people know something happened here. I think that's the way we need to start moving, because our city is probably less than 10 neighborhoods, or just about. And so those 10 neighborhoods within a few fiscal years can see real big progress if we start focusing on one of them at a time. Because when you do a small bit here and a small bit there, it's only a matter of time before you have to come around and fix it again, and people never really see true progress. Thank you.
We'll have a workshop to go over that.
Yes, of course, of course. We go until midnight, so.
All right. Anybody else?
I just want to ask a question real quick.
Okay, please briefly, because we got to move here.
There's three roundtables and a workshop, but you have to have the answer by the end of September. So it's summer, and a lot of our residents are on vacation. Can we plan some of them right, so we know that they're coming, advertise them on social media and newspapers, whatever it takes, and get that started. Because with all the other meetings, I just want to make sure there's enough residents that attend, that there's some nice participation.
We will work, I've often said the Metro Center may doze, but we never close. And we will work with Mr. Scott to get them organized as quickly as possible.
Thank you.
Mr. John?
We'll do everything.
So here, this is the plan. Once we have the list of about 30 or 3,000 community leaders, organizational leaders, those who you recommend that we should involve, we'll schedule 3 meetings, and they will be given on different dates, so people can choose the one that's most convenient to them, right? They're not going to be scheduled one after the other. So I know people take vacations, they may not be available, but probably organize them within a 3-week period, so there is sufficient spread of those for people to choose an appropriate date. And if we can manage to organize those in the beginning of August, that will still give us sufficient time to incorporate all the analysis into the final document.
Okay, thank you very much.
All right, Commissioner John.
Thank
had
you
a
so
question.
much. Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to say, the whole intent of this strategic plan is obviously to have a holistic approach to the entire city. So, in our efforts I just wanted to kind of disagree with you there, Commissioner Florimont, but every neighborhood is important. So in the efforts of making sure that all the communities find out about this plan, I would love to see representation from citywide, even though that's challenging, but we want to hear the voices of everyone to make sure it's a holistic approach to execution.
Okay, thank you. All right. If we're good with that, guys, thank you so much. Thank you. And before we move on to public comment, I wanted to ask the city attorney, did you want to make a quick introduction beforehand?
I do. Commissioners, the councilwoman kind of stole my thunder on this a little bit, and I know everybody's been working collaboratively together, but I do want to take the opportunity to kind of formally on the record introduce my partner, Xavier Suarez, who needs no introduction, who, as you must have seen, is working as part of our team to implement the very extensive legal needs of this city, along with our associate Jacob Elberg and my other partner, Morris Skip Miller, our finance guy. But Mr. Suarez, who, as I said, needs no introduction, is an attorney of long standing, a brilliant legal mind, and no one has more experience in our local government. So I'm very pleased to formally introduce him to you. He wants me to shut up. He wants me to shut up. He's a modest guy, too. So you'll be seeing him here, as many of you know that have. And the day will come when I'm unable to be here for one meeting or another, for whether it's illness or travel or whatever it is. So you may see just him, but for tonight, we're going to tag team. So thank you. Thank you for letting me put that on the record.
You didn't introduce him by his name?
I said Xavier Suarez.
Oh, you do?
I thought I did at the beginning.
I think
My
you
colleague Xavier Suarez.
He just wasn't talking in the mic, but
Who is part of our
otherwise,
team. Thank you.
And welcome, Mr. Suarez,
Yes.
welcome.
Mr. Suarez, welcome aboard. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Commissioners. The city clerk is telling me that I have to say something, but I've been practicing for now almost 50 years. So
Wow.
I have the highest rating, Martindale Hubble, and I've done almost anything that can be done at the municipal level. I'm still trying to catch up on some of these zoning issues, but otherwise, and I've gotten to know some of the folks here. Just amazing, the staff that you have. So,
Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay. Next, public comment. Madam Clerk.
Good evening, everyone. The Mayor and Commissioners of the City of North Miami Beach has opened the meeting for public comment at this time. There is a 3-minute time limit for each speaker. Speaker, when you come to the podium, please state your name or the name of the organization which you are representing. The Mayor and Commissioner of the City of North Miami Beach recognizes the importance of this civility. The City of North Miami Beach requests that all in attendance to exercise civility towards each other at all times. And our first 2 signed speakers are Jay Marcus and then James Babick. Babcock, excuse me.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners and everybody else. And congratulations on $3 million. My issue is a lot less than that.
Do we need name and address?
State your name, please.
I'm sorry, Jay Marcus. I live at 1980 Northeast 175 Street, and I have an issue with a neighbor. I like to open my windows at night, and the neighbor comes home from work at 7 o'clock and stands outside smoking cigarettes all night long. And I live in a Sunray house, so it's very close. They're very close. So my house is inundated with smoke. And I don't really know what I can do. Like I said, I like to keep windows open at night. I don't like the air conditioner. And I would just like to raise the point that perhaps something can be done to help this situation.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our management team has heard you, and I'm sure that if there's anything that's doable, yeah. Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you. Right.
James Babcock, Highland Village, 2499 Northeast 136. I want to say, first of all, thank you to all the commissioners and the mayor, because in the 2 years we've been coming here, it was when we first came here, it was just total division within the here, and you weren't even able to have a meeting all the time. So it's much better than it was. So I hopefully that the unity continues. And first of all, I want to say also, to respect City of North Miami Beach Police, they've done a much better job. Also, we should be commended for helping with some of the issues in Highland Village, and some of the. One of the things I did come here tonight and did want to bring, during the recent rain, which I know North Miami Beach was in one of the zones that really got swamped. We are on the east side where you got the bay there, and everything was on the water. Afterwards, and this is not the first time, this is actually several times, with an issue that could be addressed. The water, when it gets a lot of water, the streets really are dirty, and they back up, and there's just no drainage. And the streets, with all when the stuff falls down from the trees, it's a mess, and it doesn't get cleaned up. And even now, a couple weeks later, you go down some of the streets, and they're still not clean. Can we do something about getting something from the city of North Miami Beach to get in there and clean the park after these big storms? I could, show you videos of how many times after the storm we had last November, December, we had the same issues where the trees were everywhere, the trees were down, they were blocking the streets, and it takes forever to clean that mess up. So if we can do something about that, it would be really helpful for the community of Highland Village. And like I said, thank you all so much for the time to let me speak, and thank you all tonight, okay?
Thank you very much. I think all the right people heard you. So, next.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, before additional speakers come up, staff is requesting 11.2 be removed from the agenda. We're still waiting on state agencies to report between the first and second reading. And so we put it on the agenda too soon. That's 11.2, the rapid transit zone item.
Okay, so we're going to remove that, right?
Yes. It'll come back either August or September.
I think you're right. I think we do. I make a motion to remove it from the agenda.
Second.
Okay, all in favor? Aye. Okay, any opposed?
Mayor, while
Yes.
you're discussing some agenda items, just want to highlight to the council that at the very end of the agenda, after all those discussion items, we have scheduled a resolution to postpone the next commission meeting because it falls on election day, to postpone it for 1 week. The City Hall, among other things, will be in use. So I want to be sure that at some point that we don't miss that or not get to it after all those discussion items.
Okay.
We can vote on it now.
I make a motion that we, bring it up now, or bring it up at the beginning of the meeting.
All right.
Second.
Yep, 17-1 on the city attorney's report, resolution R 2024-84. Mr. Attorney, you want to?
Yeah.
You're going to
August
finish
20th
public
is election
public
day.
comment?
Okay, we'll do it after public comment.
Yeah, okay,
then, I guess.
okay.
Let's just do that. Okay, great. All right, Madam Clerk, let's continue public comment.
Susan Sanders, and then Jesse Mesidor.
Sorry, I'm slow tonight. This has been an incredibly exciting meeting to be at. I got to sit right next to one of my heroines, Frederica Wilson. She even said a word to me. And I've admired her since I arrived in town and started reading about her in the Miami Herald in the 1990s. Wow. So anyway, thank you for that privilege. And I was very happy to see the donation, the money, not the donation, the money she brought in to apply to Washington Park. That is an incredible gift. I want to say, you can probably see that we've got a pattern going here. We're trying to have somebody from our Library Friends group come and speak. Oh, I'm sorry. I need to, what did you, oh, Susan Sandness. Gee, I thought everybody knew me. I know, I understand. I'm just, I'm a little nervous tonight, and I'm not sure why, because I love doing this. And I work through the library at 1601 Northeast 164th Street. I am the former president of the Library Friends Group. We have elected new officers. We have become a full-fledged 5013C organization. We are going through all the things necessary so we can receive major donations, possibly leading in the long run to a foundation. We have other objectives that involve getting more people into the Friends Group and helping us spread the word. People who have benefited or their children have benefited from the presence of the library in the community. And we want the community to hear from those people, that they don't just have some good luck and some good things happen and then, whoops, that's all we know. I wanted to say that I think the statistics that I shared last time I was here to talk to you were kind of mind-blowing. How many people a month actually come into the library, ask questions, ask for help, attend meetings, classes, assistance for passports, and all kinds of other things. Those statistics are mind-blowing, and I would invite you, this is why my main focus tonight, is to come into the library and spend an hour. Spend an hour walking around, talking to people who are there, walking throughout the building, and then come back and make an appointment with Adania and come back and ask for her full blast, on point, hot presentation about the best things about the library. She knows how to pull all those pieces together. She would sense some of the questions you might have by the way you approach certain things, and might be able to answer things didn't quite know you needed to ask. So I would urge you to spend some time there on your own and spend some time there with Adania, letting her give you her professional tour. Because libraries are like hidden gems. They're like something hidden. Oh, it's an Easter egg hunt, and you have to go out and find it all. Nobody's going to take the time to do that. Only if you're at the library every single day do you hear that or you see what's going on. So come and take advantage of that. I do believe that the public demand for services is growing and is back on track after the pandemic, and we simply have to find a way to fulfill that. We have to have the staffing level, the expertise on staff to do better and to be the best of what a public library can be. And I know we're close to it and we can do it, but we can't do it without you.
Time.
You have to guide us there, or we have to guide you if you will work with us. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Good evening. Reason why I'm here, I'm a nurse. I should be at work.
We need a name, please.
My name is Jessie Mesidor. I received an acceptance form that the city of North Miami Beach gave to this service like warranty for me to pay extra for if something happened outside my house. They send me this bill to pay extra for that warranty. And this is the acceptance form. I don't understand what is that about.
Yeah, that was the waterline warranty program that we put in. It's voluntary, but probably staff can explain it to you a little bit more. It's not a bill. It's something that you can elect to get into if you want it. It's like an insurance policy.
It's optional.
Yeah.
An insurance, it's like.
Yeah, it's an insurance policy for your pipes.
Like FP&L does it as well for, in case you got struck by lightning or surge. Yeah.
So what if I don't?
Just ignore it.
Then you become self-insured. If your pipe breaks from the street to your house, you have to repair it and pay for it. You don't have to take this, but that's what this is about. It can be very expensive if your pipe breaks from the street, not if it breaks from your
On your
sidewalk.
property.
Right. If it's not on your property, the city's going to fix it. But if it's on your property, you have to pay for the repair, and it can be costly. So there's a company that offers an insurance policy, and if you want to take it, it's certainly elective. You don't have to. It's up to you.
Mr. Mayor, through the mayor, Mr. Manager, were those letters sent out in English, Spanish, and Creole?
I think they were. If I recall correctly, they were. Yeah.
But I think some of the confusion is that it does kind of, it might be.
It's got the city's logo on it.
Got the city logo.
And it comes from an envelope that says NMB water.
And it came in my water.
It can be confusing as a water bill, you know.
It's all elective. You don't have to take it. This is just an additional insurance if you want it. But I don't know if Commissioner.
I'm not going to do it.
I'm not going to do it. But Commissioner Floron, as always.
No, I was just going to say, I'm glad that it's in all three languages, but obviously there is a gap in communication between, what people are reading and what the actual reality is. And a lot of times, with respect to our residents, when they're receiving these types of letters that have an official capacity to them, it raises their, alertness, and they feel compelled and responsible to do this, right? And so whatever the gap in communication is not only happening with her, it has to be happening with a lot of our residents. And so we have to address that.
But she's doing the right thing. She has a question. She's taking action. She's making something.
No, I'm not talking about her. I'm saying our team here as a city.
The same happened in Miami Beach with my father's wife. She called me like a year ago.
Correct. So that's the point I'm making. So whatever the gap in communication is, our team here should probably take that on with a workshop, or not a workshop, I'm sorry, a community forum to discuss this matter so that people won't feel.
We'll continue to supplement, absolutely.
Pardon me?
We'll continue to supplement the information for the community so that they
But
can
Mr.
understand.
Manager, I thought that there was supposed to be a community forum to explain the rollout of the program. I think that was something that we discussed, that there would be something public that individuals can come and get full information about. That's something that I remember saying, but
I don't remember that.
We can definitely put something together. I think the letter has a phone number and information there to be able to reach out if somebody has questions. But if we can definitely put on a town hall or a workshop that someone can come in and ask any questions with the representatives. Yeah.
Okay.
Ma'am,
anything else that you want to say, or that's all?
That's all. That's all.
Huh?
That's it I have to say.
That's it.
Can we have our chief of staff speak to her to make sure that she's taken care of specifically? And then if we can address that moving forward, because our community, ma'am, thank you so much. But I just wanted to.
And thanks for taking action and doing something about it, because that coming in here really makes a huge difference, and that really should be an example for everybody.
Right, and our community is just a little different than a lot of communities in the sense that we really have to go the extra mile in making sure that we communicate on a really ground level with people so they can understand everything that's going on with their water bill and things of that sort. So thank you so much.
I was in the water plant last night, and this was addressed, and they are very aware that if they can, they actually said they're going to get with the manager to see what they could do with communication. So thank you for coming today. It was addressed last night, and I'm sure the manager's on top of it. Thank you.
Maybe the next water bill, there can be a little,
Stick a note in the next water bill or put something on social media or whatever our other communication channels are. But, okay, we're starting to get too granular. Next speaker, please.
Kathleen Jorsham, and then Tricia Harris.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Ketley Joachim. I reside at 210 Northeast 170th Street in North Miami Beach. I am pleased that actually one of my neighbors or someone that lives in Ulita finally showed up tonight, because I was the one getting all these phone calls about this paperwork that all of us seem to have received. And the lack of communication, the breakdown of communication, our managers usually inform us of something like this, but this time around, it scares a lot of people because they don't seem to understand what this is all about. We spoke about that, Commissioner Smith, last night. Warranty, yes. Sometimes you purchase a warranty. What you purchase it for, when you need for them to come through, you are told it's not covered. So we were told that the League of Cities, this thing stem from the League of Cities, but sometimes not every idea that the League of Cities come with is a great idea. So I'm glad that at least my neighbor came tonight and finally everyone can see her and finally get to the bottom of this. FIU College of Medicine Green Family Foundation with Neighborhood Help, Sophia Lacroix. I'm so pleased that our library has partnered with this organization. Years ago, when Sophia mentioned this information to me and asked if I was able to find some people who needed assistance, I was able to, and she sent me the application, I was able to make sure that a lot of people, a lot of our residents were able to take advantage of this. So I'm asking everyone that's listening tonight, get an application, because we all know an elderly person that may need someone to come to their home and check up on them and perform these type of services. These students who are working out to be doctors. They do great jobs. I have family members who live in the city who have taken advantage of this program. So this is a great thing, and I say everyone should get involved in this. Please tell a family member, tell some friends. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next speaker.
Tricia Harris.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Tricia Harris. I'm here from Highland Village. My first thing I'd like to say is I want to say thank you for the Residents Academy that has been started. I've visited numerous places, and I'm having a very good time learning a lot of stuff. And since we're on TV, I'm trying to tell some of those residents that have a lot of questions, they need to take this course if they do it again, because even I know a lot of stuff, I learned some more. So I really think you should step up and come to this course if they offer it again. That's my first statement. My second statement is Highland Village Parks looks fine. We're a couple of days from Trash Day. I believe it's tomorrow. They'll be in there to pick up all the trash. The water receded very well when we had that bad rain. I mean, since it was flooded everywhere, there was really nowhere for the water to go, but it did go down rather fast. And other than that, I'd like to say have a nice evening.
Thank you.
Any other speakers? Mr. Kazan.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Mubarak Azan. First, I want to extend my condolences to the mayor on the passing of his beloved family member.
Thank you.
Today, this meeting would be the second year anniversary of me being barred from entering into a meeting. I was barred by 4 police officers, including the interim police chief. Until now, I can't get a formal apology from this city or any formal apology from this city. I see how you rushed just now to the lady who was speaking here. You spent almost 3 minutes explaining. Last meeting, I asked for an explanation. The $1,500 a night guy couldn't even explain one sentence. You still have him here, interim. A lot of waste of money. We had a good July 4th celebration at the pool. Thank you guys for pulling that off. Road markings, excuse me, please. Excuse me. Thank you. Road markings continue to be marked around the city. Good for the Public Works and the Public Works Director and his staff. Somebody said to name the Washington Park building after Frederica S. Wilson. You have to also remember Gene Money's team. He also gave, I think, $2 million, and then there might be more people coming. So you might have a long name for that building or that complex. And then we come to the $6.5 million delinquent billing. I checked the charter, and the charter said that this city is run by the mayor, the commissioners who hire charter officers, including a city manager, to run the city. It's not a city manager. We do not vote for the city manager. We vote for you. And when you have a huge department like the water building, like the water, failing upon our hands, because I go to the meetings, I go to the PUC meeting, and it's not the PUC director failing or our staff. She's understaffed. She does not have the staff to collect the monies, $6.5 million. I heard we're going to hire $500, $250 to $500 an hour lawyer to collect $25 bills from the citizens. That is not good. The headhunter still needs to be hired. I heard headhunter for the water plants. It fell on deaf ears. You also asked for the community development director to be hired. That still fell on deaf ears. I've been looking at the job opportunity that we have on the NMB, city NMB. Nothing is done. We still have an interim. We paying him $250 an hour,
Time.
15 hours a week. Thank you very much. I have more to say, but I'll text you and email you the rest. Thank you very much for having me.
Okay, thank you. Any other speakers? No? Okay. Then public comment should be over and closed. And next, is the city attorney disappeared for a minute, huh? I'll just wait till he comes back. Let me just go to the city. Huh? Yeah, but I think we should wait till he's back. So it's okay. Let's just go over to announcements next. Do you have anything on announcements?
Well, usually we wouldn't do it anyways until after announcement and commission reports.
Right.
Thank you, Mayor, and good evening, everyone. Marlene Modestine, Chief of Staff on behalf of the Communications Department. I am sharing a few announcements with you all, starting with the Clean Campaign class on Tuesday, July 23rd. It'll be from 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. at the Marjorie and William McDonald Center. It's an opportunity for residents to learn how to manage candidates to learn how to manage campaign fund reporting, legal, and ethical obligations. To RSVP, feel free to reach out to the clerk's office at cityclerk@citynmb.com. Farm Share will be held on Thursday, July 25th from 9 to 12 at the Ulita Park Community Center. Address is 386 Northeast 169th Street. The community is welcome to walk up or drive through. On Saturday, July 27th at 12 p.m., Ray Miche Peruvian Cultural Festival will be held at the Discovery Library. Admission is free, so join the City of NMB to celebrate Peruvian independence. Festivities will include a Peruvian dance showcase, artisans, live concert, and food. On Thursday, August 1st, 7 p.m. to 9 p.m., we will have Battle of the Generations, the end of summer camp show. It'll be held at the Julius Littman Performing Arts Theater. Tickets price ranges from $10 to $12, depending on the seat levels. Please purchase your tickets at nmbendofsummershow.eventbrite.com. On the 30th of July, we'll have our first budget workshop, 6 p.m. in the Commission Chambers. And then the second budget workshop, August 14th at 6 p.m. On July 9th, we had a pre-budget workshop. These will be the first and the second, and we welcome the community to join us. On August 20th, we will have the primary elections. We want to remind everyone the deadline to register or to vote or change your party affiliation is Monday, July 22nd. The deadline to request a vote by mail ballot is Thursday, August 8th. And please do vote at your assigned precinct. Wanted to quickly let you all know that we had a great time at Stars and Splashes. It was well attended with over 500 attendees. Residents had a chance to relax, enjoy free food and slushies, and cool off for the 4th of July. The Parks and Rec staff did a great job of keeping everyone safe in the water and had plenty of fun contests and games, including inflatable water slides and a dunk tank. Thank you to local slushie vendor Magic City Snowball for donating free slushies for the event. And last but not least, as FIU mentioned, we have the strategic plan that is live now, and we're asking all of our residents to participate in the online survey. It takes about 30 minutes. You're welcome to read and respond. It's in English, Spanish, and Haitian Creole. Visit go.fiu.edu/NMB2024. And if you're subscribed to our email, you'll see that we've also sent the link via email. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next, we'll do City Commission reports, Madam Clerk.
Commissioner Jean?
Thank you so much. I wanted to also mention that August 6th, our police department is hosting the Night Out, National Night Out. So I know that information is already online, but for all parents and families, please come out to August the 6th. I wanted to thank the city manager for providing the comprehensive flood mitigation information that I had requested of him, and I'm sure my colleagues can also use that information as well for the flood plan that the city has been executing. I also wanted to ask the manager for an updated timeline with the Washington Park project, if you can provide that to us as well. As was mentioned, August the 20th is an upcoming election, so we want to encourage our residents to go out and vote. Also, I've made mention about the water forum that I believe would benefit our residents, and I'm still waiting to hear back from our manager with some updates and dates on the planning of that. And I also wanted to, last but not least, send our condolences to Mayor Piper and also Alan Mackin as well, who lost his mother. And wanted to thank each and every one of our city departments, from Parks and Recreation, Public Works, Police, and all the various departments who have been working diligently to help our resident have an amazing quality of life. So thank you.
Commissioner Joseph?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Good evening, everyone. Just wishing everyone a happy and safe summer. Thanking the Congresswoman for coming here and presenting us with this additional funding for Washington Park. And, you know, the commission is fully committed in completing this project sooner rather than later. And we, you know, the Congresswoman was recruited by one of our commissioners, and she said she's going to work on that right away. So we look forward to her additional efforts and making sure this park comes to fruition. Everybody, please stay safe, learn how to swim, and stay hydrated. Thank you.
Commissioner Smith?
Thank you. Condolences to our mayor, of course, for losing his family member. and to Alan Mackin for losing his family member, and to Eric Isikoff, who was a commissioner also in another city years ago and is a resident of North Miami Beach, for losing his family member. What I want to say, well, first let me thank Frederica Wilson not only for her funds for Washington Park, but for her dedication to the cities that she represents, and has always, always been there for North Miami Beach when we have needed that input. So I want to thank her and thank her for coming to our city tonight. And I want to say that the manager and I have had this conversation. There are a lot of changes that need to be done in North Miami Beach. In order to make the change, sometimes you need a study, sometimes you have to go through a certain procedure, and sometimes you just have to go through hoops. And sometimes you have to beg. But there are a lot of changes that just need to be done in reference to whether it is, we were talking tonight, the manager and I, about something that I feel we need to put on the table. The pension boards, I talked to I put that on for discussion because talking to our attorney, he doesn't know other cities that have 3 pension boards. They all have 1. So there's a lot that needs to be done, and I've asked the manager if we can move it up a little so that those people that are elected for 4 years and then re-elected for 4 years, that they don't have to wait until 8 or 9 years to see results. Hopefully, we can start to see results while you're here for your 4-year period. And like one of my commissioners said, some things have been sitting on the table since before I ever got elected 15 years ago. So that's one of my goals. And of course, as you all know, one of my other goals is to make sure everybody you know and love knows how to swim. Have a safe summer, and remember how short life can be. Enjoy every minute with those that you love. Thank you.
Commissioner Smuckler?
Good evening. My granddaughter Jordan is watching, and Jordan and I want to wish her mommy a very happy birthday today. So happy birthday, Elena. We wish you a beautiful rest of the day, and she's eloping next week. So congratulations on that as well. I love you, Jordan. I want to welcome Mayor, City Attorney to our City of North Miami Beach. I am so looking forward to working with you. You know what? Kazan is not in the room, but he's out there. But he promised me that he was only going to get up 3 times from now on, the whole night. So he has 2 left. And he's not even here to say that. He never said that, so he said it. You know, Susan spoke before about the library and how we should all go visit it. I know Commissioner Smith has seen it because I was there when she saw it. I cannot speak for the rest of my commissioners, but there is a media lab in there. And I know I've told you all to go see it. And I'm going to say this, and I'm going to ask you next month if you saw it. You need to go visit that media lab. Please. You know, last month I did not thank our employees who did, and also Assistant City Manager David Scott. I did not thank you all for the amazing job you did all for the storm. Before, during, and after the storm, we were finally not in the news because nobody was, there really wasn't major, it happened to our north with Aventura, to our south, North Miami, and to our east with Sunny Isles, but North Miami Beach was under control, and thank you to our employees and to David Scott. My sympathies to the family of our mayor, my sympathies to the Mackin family, and my sympathies to my neighbors, Tammy And Eric Isakov's family lost her sister, and a few days later, Eric lost his father. So my sympathies to both of them. One thing that was not mentioned was the Commission on the Status of Women. On August 13, it's having its annual back-to-school supply giveaway and health fair. And Commissioner Smith, you've been around for a long time, and I think you remember that the Commission on the Status of Women would always do this amazing back-to-school event, and all the commissioners were there participating and helping to give out stuff. And I just want to remind everybody that, you know, we're one city, and even though it has the title of the Commission on the Status of Women, this is a city event, and let's make it one big city event instead of what I suspect is going to happen, that everybody else is going to try to be giving school supplies or backpacks away. Let's do one thing, how it always used to be, one united city. Thank you for Parks and Rec for making my July 4th and that of my family amazing. You did a great job. And thank you to PD for keeping our families, our businesses, our visitors, our staff safe. I love you, Elena. I love you, Jordan, and happy birthday.
Vice Mayor Mackenzie Florimon.
Thank you so much. Our sincere condolences to you and your family, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
As well as Alan Mackin and his family. Most of us were able to attend the services for his mother, who was the matriarch of their family and who helped start the Mackin companies, the real estate company and the development company, and they are definitely pillars in our community and have contributed immensely to our community. And so we want to send our sincere condolences to the Mackin family. I want to thank Parks and Rec and our management team for finally getting the pool renamed the Kevin R. Sims Aquatic Center. On July 4th, we were able to enjoy our Independence Day with his family and friends, and they came out to see something that we've never seen done here in our city before, and it was definitely a beautiful moment to see this pool named after an African-American man who took pride in making sure that the entirety of our city really learned about swimming safety and aquatics, and took our swim team to the championships, but unfortunately during COVID succumbed to the horrific virus. And so right now, if you drive by the pool, you're going to see not only is there a plaque on the interior of the pool building, but on the outside now officially, you'll see those letters that are beaming in front of the building with pride with the name Kevin R. Sims Aquatic Center at Victory Park. So I thank you, team. It's been a while since we voted on that item, but you guys made it happen. And thank you, Mr. Manager, under your leadership and your team. We thank you so much for honoring his memory. In addition to that, I just want to say again, July 4th was amazing. Our manager was on the grill. Yes, he was on the grill. There was someone else there as well, so I'm not sure what the situation was, but at least whenever I walked by the grill, he was holding a spatula in his hand. So I'm assuming that he was responsible for the burgers. I had one burger, and I couldn't stop thinking about it. Yeah, and you know how just. I was taught, not to really take too many things. So I just had my one burger and I left. And probably for the next several hours, I was regretting that I didn't take any extra burgers home with me. So, Mr. Manager, I give you all the credit. I don't know if you seasoned them yourself, but they were pretty good. So anyways, that was a good time. And thank you, Commissioner Smith, because it was due to your work and effort that we are now as a city honoring the Independence Day, 4th of July holiday here in North Miami Beach, giving our residents something to do prior to sunset. So we definitely appreciate you for making that happen. On another note, I just want to say that, when it comes to planning and zoning, I've just really never seen any item, just come before us without due diligence and without kind of teeing up the ball, for lack of a better term. So, I'm kind of looking forward to some of our quasi-judicial discussion to see, hopefully, that I can gather enough information to make a decision on one particular item. But I'll leave it for, but it's not really about that item. It's more about how anything really can get this far and to our desk without a full teeing up and conversation relating to development. And I think, these decisions are decisions that we don't take lightly, and we really take seriously, and our residents really hold us accountable for the decisions that we're making when we're adding additional density to our city. And so whether it's a staff issue or whether it's a developer issue, I've just never seen that done before. So I'm hoping that our staff can look into some of the processes and procedures of teeing up these items so that people don't have to come here and waste time and take up too much time from their daily activities to come here, and also this commission as well doesn't have to waste time asking questions that might seem mundane or that might seem simple because of their lack of information. So I think that's very important, and looking forward to having a more in-depth discussion. Quasi-judicial is quasi-judicial, but this here is about process and procedure, so I thought I'd bring it up during my public comments. So thank you so much, and looking forward to expedient meeting, I guess. Thank you.
Mayor Evan Piper.
Thank you. Just a few things. The July 4th party at the pool, which we really, one of the most important things about it was the dedication of the pool and the renaming to, one of our city employees who gave a lot to the city and had passed. So it was a great event. Everybody was having a great time. I had a good time too. And it was good. Also, another thing is we're having our Residents Academy in the city. I've attended several of them, so is Commissioner Smith. And I really applaud the residents who actually took the extra initiative to want to learn more about the city and the inner workings of the city. So it's really good. It's definitely something that everyone should consider if you're interested in the city and wanting to move to another level in the city about giving back and helping out. Putting on my hat as the president of the NMB Chamber, I just wanted to remind everybody that we do have a really nice Chamber of Commerce associated with our city. We did have a pre-July 4th party that was a lot of fun, involved food, drink, and karaoke. I even sang some. Our next event coming up is that Chamber Lunch that's going to be at the iPic Theater in Intercoastal Mall, North Miami Beach, this coming Thursday. And then the following Thursday night, we're going to have an evening event at DiVietto's Aventura Mall. So keep those things in mind. It's good for meeting people. It's good for business and a lot of fun. Also, I wanted to thank the residents, the staff, and the commissioners who reached out to me regarding the passing of my father last week. It's greatly appreciated. And also to the Mackin family for the loss of his mom, who was a true powerhouse in our community. I graduated high school with Alan, and ironically, my dad and his mom had their funeral same day, same time. So, and then on a brighter note, Last but not least, I think that Commissioner Smith has a birthday coming up later this month. So a big happy birthday, Commissioner Smith, July 26th. She'll take gifts either in her office or directly at her home. Either way works. And with that, I'm done. Thank you.
Could I have one more second?
Oh, you have a request for certain gifts? Cash?
Prayers.
Absolutely not.
Prayers for good health is all I need.
Yes, it's a joke.
Prayers for good health. There's a few things I forgot, and one of the things is there is a senior pageant, Miss Florida Senior, coming up August. I'm not sure of the date. Maybe Miss Monestein can look it up. The pageant's going to be in the auditorium. I have done this with her for 5 years, except for COVID. And it is very exciting. And this year, they're even bringing men into it. But what I wanted to ask the mayor for an extra minute is because they're giving tickets to North Miami Beach residents for free. So call the recreation. I think the tickets are $25. But if you're a North Miami Beach resident, and we'll get that date for you, as well as the senior luncheon. Thank you for telling me, my fellow commissioners, coming up. Because the senior luncheon's at the end of the month and our commission meetings are in the middle of the month, I have a tendency to forget to remind everybody, don't forget, you have to register for that. And I wish my colleagues would quit telling me how wonderful that 4th of July was, how tasty it was, and to get our manager cooking, because I was out of town with my grandchildren, and now we have to do something so I can watch you cook. I want to see that for sure. And thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. I think that should complete. Yes, that's the next step. Yep, I was just going there. Okay, so we're going to take item 17.1 on the city's attorney report, resolution number R 2024-84.
Resolution number R 2024-84 to change the August Commission meeting from Tuesday, August 20th, 2024 to Tuesday, August 27th, 2024. Resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, approving postponement of the August 20th, 2024 regular City Commission meeting until August 27th, 2024, providing for conflicts, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date. And as I stated, Mayor, it's simply because it fell on election day.
Okay, any comment on this? Nope. Okay, then we just guess we need a motion.
Second.
Motion got second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, passes unanimously. Okay, thank you. That's where we're going next.
I may be out of town, August 27th.
You should have said something before.
Well,
Okay.
do you want me to bring it back?
You want to bring it back for discussion again?
I was looking for the papers to find out where no, I'll be here.
Oh, you'll be here now? You'll be here?
I'll be here.
Okay. All right. Next, consent agenda. We need a motion and a second to introduce the consent agenda.
Motion.
Second.
Okay. Mr. Attorney.
Item 1 is Commission Workshop Minutes of May. Okay. Item 1 is Commission Workshop Minutes of May 14, 2024. That's 9.1. 9.2, Commission Conference Minutes of June 27, 2024. 9.3, Commission Meeting Minutes of June 27, 2024. 9.4, Resolution Number R 2024-82, Corona Del Mar Sewering Interlocal with CRA, sponsored by the Ms. Suarez-Abastida, the Water Director. A resolution of the Board of the Community Redevelopment Agency of the City of North Miami authorizing, I think this title is incorrect, actually. I believe that what it is, it's a resolution of the City Commission authorizing the manager to execute an interlocal cooperation agreement to issue a transfer in the amount of $1,450,000 to the City of North Miami Beach to be allocated for capital improvements in the Corona Del Mar Phase 3 septic to sewer project, authorizing the manager at his discretion to disperse the payments directly to vendors after the city has authorized payment and upon presentation of invoices and satisfactory documentation, and further authorizing the manager to execute all necessary documents in a form acceptable to the city attorneys for such purposes. That's just theirs. That was printed by Scrivener error instead of ours.
Did
Item
you,
9.5.
Yeah.
Resolution number 2024-76, approved task order with WGI, sponsored by Mr. Zamacona, the Public Works Director. Resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, approving a piggyback professional services agreement with WGI, Inc. in the amount of $167,470 for a citywide traffic safety assessment and action plan, authorizing the city manager or designee to do all things necessary to effectuate this resolution, subject to the budget appropriation and availability of funds, providing for conflicts, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date. Item 9.6, resolution number R 2024-77, approve a change order with MCCI, sponsored by Mr. Ozuna, the building official. A resolution of the city, of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, approving and authorizing a change order to the contract with MCCI LLC, Inc., to further digitize and index services for the building department, increasing the contract amount by $37,100, authorizing the city manager or designee to do all things necessary to effectuate this resolution, providing for conflicts, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date. That concludes the consent agenda, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. I need a motion second to approve the consent agenda.
Motion.
Second.
Okay, and all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, passes unanimously. Thank you. All right, next on to quasi judicial. We need a motion and second to introduce item 10.1.
Motion to introduce.
Okay,
Second.
good. Okay, Mr. Attorney, 10.1.
Give me one moment.
Yes. Well, not just the back.
Just okay. Yeah, let me just note, Mayor, that we're informed by Mr. Eng, who is the sponsor here, our Community Development Director, that there were some relatively minor changes in the document as originally presented. We've passed out for items 10.1, 10.2, and 10.3 corrected documents. So we ask on all three items that what you do is approve them in substantially the form that you've been given. So if we have to go back and make sure that we dot all the i's and cross all the t's, and that there's not anything in what was presented that needs to be further, some minor matter that of language that would.
Okay, is there any chance that we could go through all this and then have to come back again and be done all over again from scratch?
No, sir, there's no substantive change intended. These are just basically matters where something was, the wrong version was printed out, is my understanding. That was what was distributed. The corrected one is before you, but since that's not what we did detailed review on, we just need to make sure that there's nothing in the language that's supposed to be there or not supposed to be there. So we'll do our due diligence on that. But it is, if there is any substantive difference, that would have to come back to you. Other than that, we don't anticipate that there is any. So that's why we use the phrase substantially the form that is presented to you. But if there's some language that needs to change to further protect the interests of the city. Now, if it was not to protect the interests of the city, we wouldn't change it.
Okay.
So with that said, item 10.1, resolution number R 2024-71, New North Alleyway Vacation, introduced again by Mr. Eng, the Community Development Director. A resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, approving or denying the alley vacation of a 20-foot alley abutting lots 4 and 5 of the North Miami Beach Business Subdivision, according to the plat thereof recorded in Plat Book 61 at page 34 of the Public Records of Miami-Dade County for the proposed development located at 15530, 15540, 15780 West Dixie Highway. confirming expiration and limitation of approval, providing for conflicts, and providing for an effective date. And then it's you, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. All right, Madam Clerk, Jennings, disclosure, please.
Pursuant to Resolution R95-24, the subject matter of any ex-parte communication, together with the identity of the person, group, or entity making the communication, shall be disclosed and made part of the record on file with the city prior to final action on the matter. I received written Jennings disclosures from Commissioner Jean, so we'll start with Commissioner Joseph.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Spoke with staff, city manager, I believe, and as well as the developer and his attorney on this issue, and I can make a decision based on the evidence presented to me this evening.
Thank you. Commissioner Smith,
I spoke to Gus, the developer.
can you speak into the mic respectfully, please?
I was just trying to get the 9 books that we have to study. I spoke to Gus, the developer. I spoke to one of his staff just to tell her I didn't need to speak to him. I spoke to the manager. I spoke to my husband. I received letters. I did, truthfully about it. We received letters from one of the residents, David Templer, an email. I spoke to Mr. Kassan. He sent an email. And I believe that's all.
And the question is, are you able to make a decision on the item based before you, only on the evidence?
I'm going to listen very carefully, yes.
Thank you.
Okay.
Commissioner Smuckler.
All right, so I spoke to the city manager, and then I know I spoke to Gus and Pedro about 10.2, but did we speak about 10.1 as well?
Just cover yourself.
I believe that we did briefly.
Okay. If he says so, then we did. I think David Templer contacted me as well, but I think it was for 10.2, and Kazan, I think you also contacted me for 10.2 and not 10.1. And I believe that's it. And I can make a decision based on the information I hear tonight.
Perfect. Vice Mayor Mackenzie Florimon.
Thank you. I spoke with the attorney for the development, Mr. Pedro Gassant. Also spoke with Gus from Resia as well. I received emails from Mr. David Templer and Mr. Mubarak Kazan. Also spoke to our staff about this item, and I've also had a brief conversation with the chair of the Voters Council, and I can make my decision based on the information that I hear this evening.
Mayor Piper.
I spoke with Gus. I spoke with Mr. Kazan briefly, and I spoke with Mr. Kazan a while back. And I can make a decision based on the information I hear this evening.
Thank you.
Okay. And Madam Clerk, can you swear in the speakers?
Sure.
Good.
Madam Clerk, there may have been other people that reached out. I think there was another person from your firm that may have sent an email out. I don't recall the name, and team members from your firm. So I just want to make sure I put that on the record, although I don't recall the names exactly at this moment. Thank you.
Yeah, actually, I'd like to add, it was Vanessa from the attorney's office, but I just don't, that I received an email, but I wasn't sure if it was including 10.1 as well.
Okay.
So if I may, through the mayor, we have a consolidated presentation for 10.1, 10.2, 10.3. We would ask to present on all of those items instead of doing it piecemeal. I think it would save us a lot of time. I want to be able to speed through this as best that I can. I want to be respectful of your time. I know you have a very long agenda. Pedro Gassan of Holland and I with the
Mr.
Office of
Attorney, how do you want to do this?
That's perfectly fine, Mayor, but I'll go ahead and read, if that's the commission's pleasure, I'll read 10.2 and 10.3 into the record so they're available for everybody to know what's being the public as well as the commission to know exactly what it is being considered.
All right, so then aren't we going to need
You
a
have
motion?
to, I'm sorry to interrupt. You have to take separate votes on each one, but that's not what the gentleman is proposing. He suggested one presentation.
That is correct.
But we still come back and take separate votes on each.
But if you're going to read them all, don't we need to do a motion to introduce and then the Jennings and everything else again?
Absolutely.
So we're going to have to do that for each item before we even start?
You should do them now. You should take a motion to introduce each one separately. When that motion, assuming that motion passes, I'll read that one. And then you move on to 10.3, have a motion to introduce it. I'll read it into the record. You can then have one consolidated presentation. You can ask all your questions on any of the three at the time. Obviously, staff presents their consolidated report first, the applicant, the public, and then at the end, we vote separately, but we don't have to have the same thing presented three times, Steve.
Okay, and how does that work with public comment?
You call up the public and you give
Just
them an
one time for,
opportunity to...
one time for all three, one session for all three?
If someone really has a compelling matter that's separate, then they should get their, what is it, 2 minutes that they typically get?
Three.
Three, okay. They can get their 3 minutes more than once. There are three separate items. It would be discouraged, but permitted.
So, but we're going to have all the public comment in one session?
Yes, sir.
Meaning someone can come up for 9 minutes? No ideas, Mr. Kazan, please. Okay.
Everyone except Mr. Kazan.
They would have to state, they would have to state on the record that they have 3 minutes or whatever time, they have separate comments on each. You can't get up and just filibuster 9 minutes on everything that's in front of you. That doesn't work.
Okay, so public comment will be done in one shot. Okay, so then I guess we're going to, we need a motion and a second to introduce 10.2.
Motion to introduce each item individually.
Second.
Okay, what we're going to do, we're just doing one at a time. So we're doing 10.2 right now.
10.2.
Okay, all right. And then we need the attorney to read the title, and then we'll come back to 10.3.
Yes, sir. Did you call for a vote on the motion?
Oh, no, I didn't. Thank you. Oh, no, I just need a motion to introduce. There's no vote, right?
No, but we need a motion to do it all at the same time.
Oh, well, okay. Do we need a motion to consolidate? If we need a vote to consolidate, that's
You
one.
don't
No.
really need a vote. I mean,
Yeah.
Again, if there's objection, then maybe it's not a good idea, but I don't know why anybody would want to hear it three times.
Okay.
So without objection, Mayor, you can order that.
Do what?
You can just order that it'll be one
Ask if anybody
presentation
has an
from
objection.
staff and one from the applicant. You can just order that without objection.
Ask if anybody has an objection.
Okay.
The only difference is that you're doing one presentation for three items.
Yeah,
Jennings disclosure, everything else is going to continue.
Right.
Right, we'll have
Okay.
to put those each on the record.
All right. So are there any objections to doing all three items together? No. Okay. No
We
objection.
will have a separate vote, Mayor. Okay, item 10.2, ordinance number 2024-10. This is for New North Developers Agreement Amendment. I should note also, it says first reading, and that's actually not accurate because first, according to our code, Mr. Suarez, what's the code provision?
Under the North Miami Beach Code 24-214, this board is acting in a second reading from what the Planning and Zoning Board did in first reading. It's a peculiar
Unusual?
code provision that I've never seen, but that's what it is.
What you've done in your code is you have designated the Planning and Zoning Board to be your land planning agency, your LPA, which is a statutory term. And usually a commission, most city commissions will reserve that to themselves, but this is a somewhat more streamlined provision because instead of having to have 2 readings after the Planning and Zoning Board, your code provides that they are the LPA, and their hearing is first reading, and the commission sits having second reading, and for whatever reason, that's what your code says. So the notice was properly advertised. We had a little conference here while you were hearing some other matters and looked at the notice. The notice was run. It was properly run. It was run sufficiently in advance. And so, in fact, this is second reading. You're allowed to approve it. You're allowed to deny it. If you have unreadiness because you felt it was first reading, you certainly have the right to, after hearing it, vote to continue or defer the matter, and that's up to the sound discretion of the commission. But the notation that it's first reading would be contrary to your code, which says that first reading has occurred at the LPA.
Maybe that's another thing we should look into with the code.
This is from when was this put in the code? From way back when, or is this something that was done?
I believe way back when. Do we?
So we've been
Mr.
doing.
Ang, any idea when that code provision was adopted? It should say somewhere there.
I don't know if
I think I was in
really,
grade school when it was adopted.
it's not really that important for tonight. It might be something to put on your cleanup
No,
list for down the road.
It's important to me because I want to know when this was done. So we've been doing this wrong all these years.
Well, since I haven't been here, I can't really answer that. I mean,
Mr.
I don't know how you did it, but I know what the code says.
It's the first reading for the commission, but it's technically the second reading
But
of the item.
that we have always had only one reading with quasi-judicial. And now that you're stating it and telling us, it makes sense for us to have 2 readings, because maybe in a variance change, here's one thing, to hear 17 variance changes, like you can't go back with this project, but going forward, maybe 17 changes, maybe we need that month in between to tweak it a little. So that's something, again, we should maybe look at in the code for the future.
It's already. I think it's already on the attorney.
So
We will, we'll take a look at the code and report back to the city manager's office, to the city manager's office, to the commission.
Bottom line is, as I agree with Mr. Suarez, I've never seen a city commission that designated, I mean, planning and zoning boards or similar bodies are not uncommon, but I've never seen one of them be designated as the LPA. Typically, most city commissions designate themselves as the LPA. It requires 2 hearings, one before LPA and one before the governing body. In most places, that translates to 2 hearings in front of the governing body, but that's not what your code says.
All right.
Your code is very clear.
So right now, we're okay to move, we're okay to move forward right now.
So in English, planning and zoning is the first reading, and we're going to be the second reading.
Yes.
From now on.
For now.
For now.
Until we examine it later.
That's what your code, I mean, it's explicit.
Yeah.
Now that it's been brought to our attention, we'll
Out of the room. I don't know if you heard. Okay, great.
and we might be fine with it later. Who knows? But in the meantime, for tonight, I think you were in the middle of reading the title, right?
Yes, so just note that none of those, not 10, let me see here, let me back up. 10.1 doesn't require 2, so it didn't say first reading, but for the, for 10.2, the amendment to the development agreement, that is governed by state statute, and it does require 2 readings. But the first of them occurs before LPA, and it has occurred.
Okay.
So the notation first reading is incorrect. Ordinance number 2024-10, New North Development Agreement Amendment, sponsored by Mr. Ang, the Community Development Director. An ordinance, and just, again, while we're being clear, 10.1 was a resolution to vacate the alleyway. It does not require an ordinance. That's why there's no issue, is it first reading, second reading? It's a resolution. This being an ordinance, but it's an ordinance where the second reading is in front of you, but first reading is the LPA. So, an ordinance of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, approving an amendment to the New North Development Agreement for the property located at 15530, 15540, and 15780 West Dixie Highway in the City of North Miami Beach, recorded in Official Records Book 31201 at page 2826 of the Public Records of Miami-Dade County, the development agreement. Pursuant to the city's Zoning and Land Development Code, Section 24-214, Development Agreements, and the Florida Local Government Development Agreement Act, Sections 163.3220 through 163.3243 Florida statutes.
Okay, thank you, Madam Clerk. I guess we need to do Jennings again for this.
Yes. I have Jennings disclosure form from Commissioner Jean, so Commissioner Joseph.
To the best of my knowledge, and to amend my prior Jennings disclosure, I had discussions with the developer, as well as his attorney and staff, as well as our city attorney, city manager, and I can make a decision based on information presented to me this evening to the best of my knowledge. Thank you.
Commissioner Smith.
The same as before. And I can make a decision based on what I hear.
Want her to say that in the microphone, or are you okay?
Respectfully, can you please say it in the microphone?
I spoke to Gus. I spoke to somebody from his office asking me if I wanted to speak to him. I spoke to the manager. I got an email from residents, Kassan and David Templar. I spoke to my husband. I spoke to you. I spoke to Mr. Eng, maybe before. So then I have to correct my last one that I spoke to Mr. Eng on that one too.
Okay.
And I can make a decision based on what I hear tonight.
Perfect. Commissioner Smuggler?
Ditto everything that I said for 10.1, and I can make an...
This evening.
Perfect.
Okay, great. This evening.
Perfect.
Okay, great. All right, so we...
10.3.
So, yeah, we can move to 10.3, and then I guess we'll just do one swearing in for the speakers that
Mr. Mayor, if I may?
Yes.
When you refer to Gus, I think you refer to Gus Cabrera?
Yes.
Okay.
Everybody's been calling. Everyone knows Gus. He goes, hey, it's Gus on the phone. Okay. It's Gus Cabrera. Okay. All right, so now we're going to be on 10.3. We need a motion and second to introduce 10.3.
Motion.
Second.
Okay, and Mr. Attorney.
Thank you, Mayor. Our ordinance number 2024-10, again, it is, I'm sorry.
It should be 2024.
No, I didn't pay.
It's a resolution also.
I thought that page would flip itself, Mayor, but
Oh.
it didn't do that.
Oh, you don't have self-turning pages?
I'm waiting for the self-driving car and the self-flipping pages. I hope they come any day. 10.3, resolution number R 2024-70, New North Site Plan. This is introduced by Mr. Eng, the Community Development Director. A resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, approving, denying the site plan application, and is the corrected number 18?
Yes. The correct number?
Yeah, there's, the actual number is 18, not 16. 18 related variances from the Zoning and Land Development Code for the construction of a plus or minus 249,000 gross square foot mixed-use residential facility, which consists of 5 residential buildings, 1,296 residential units, 3 parking facilities with 1,714 parking spaces, 3 clubhouse amenities, and retail use on the ground level of Parking Garage 1, located at 15530, 15540, 15780 West Dixie Highway, confirming expiration and limitation of approval, providing for conflicts, and providing for an effective date.
Okay, Madam Clerk, Jennings again.
I received Jennings' disclosure form from Commissioner Jean, so let's start with Commissioner Joseph.
I echo the same disclosure I did prior.
Okay.
And also amend that I did receive emails from several residents, I think one being Mubarak Kazan, as well as Mr. Templer on this issue, but I can make a decision based on the information presented to me this evening. Thank you.
Commissioner Smith?
I spoke to the same people I spoke to on before,
Including her husband.
including my husband.
That's a small victory.
So I can make a decision based on what I hear tonight.
Okay. Commissioner Smuckler?
I ditto what I said for 10.1, and I can make a decision based on what I hear tonight.
Vice Mayor Mackenzie Florimon?
Same. And I can make my decision based on what I hear this evening.
Mayor Piper?
Also same, and I can make my decision based on the information I received tonight.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. So did we do the swearing in?
Not yet.
Okay, so I think we're at the swearing in, which will cover them for all 3 items.
If you plan on providing testimony on these 3 items, please stand and raise your right hand. Also, members from the public, if you plan on speaking. Thank you. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to provide shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth so help you God? And your answer is?
I do.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, Mr. Ring.
Thank you, Mayor, Commissioners. We request that the applicant provide the initial presentation. Staff will then supplement on a summary point given the lengthy agenda, but enough to establish the proper record for you at that time.
Okay, all right.
Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners. Pedro Gasson of Holland & Knight with offices at 701 Brickell Avenue. I'm joined this evening by my colleague, Vanessa Madrid. I'm also joined by representatives of the developer, Gustavo Carrera, Renato Vasco, and Mariana Paz. And we're here this evening with respect to the redevelopment of the former Tico site located at the southwest corner of the intersection of Harriet Tubman Highway and Northeast 159th Street. Now, tonight, I'm going to try to keep this as brief as I can. We have 3 different items, but I want to be very respectful of your agenda. There's essentially one core thing I want you to remember tonight. If you don't remember anything else I talk about, if you don't remember the community benefits, if you don't remember the roadway improvements, if you don't remember the planning that we did to make sure that this was complementary and enhancing of the development near a single-family community, I want you to remember that the redevelopment of this property is going to enhance the site. As I stand here today, over $10 million has been invested on the remediation of the Tico site. And with the further redevelopment of this property, an additional $10 million will be put in place for its additional remediation. And this development will put it into purposeful use and will ensure that the remediation of this property occurs. We are thankful to be before you this evening with respect to the unanimous recommendation of the Planning and Zoning Board on these 3 items, and we're looking forward to a robust conversation. Now, I'm going to put these into 3 separate buckets. This is going to be the outline of my presentation. The first thing I'm going to do is talk about the developer, Resia. The second thing I'm going to do is talk about the product and what we need in order to get this product established. We will need an alley vacation, we will need a development agreement modification, and we will need a site plan approval with associated variances. And then finally, I'm going to end my presentation with the variety of robust community benefits that we're providing as part of this project. First, with respect to the developer. The developer is a company called Resia that was established in 2012. Since 2012, Resia has developed over 7,000 units in Florida, in Georgia, and in Texas. They have focused on the missing middle. The middle market has been their focal point, and they have created award-winning projects all throughout this country. They are merged into a company out of Brazil that develops 60,000 units every single year. And as part of its innovation system, they create a plug-and-play process that allows them to build economically, that allows them to build efficiently, and that allows them to build in a manner that can rapidly provide different units on the site. With respect to the project, what we're going to be doing, and as part of their system, they provide for projects that can provide all of the amenities and core aspects with respect to all of the development projects. And as they're located in Florida, they have different projects in Georgia and in Texas as well. One of the core items that I'm going to talk about with respect to their products is that they have premier interior finishes. Granite countertops, balconies, and patios in every unit, and stainless steel appliances and in-unit washer and dryers as part of all of their products and development within all of their communities. And one of the things that Resia does that's particularly special is that they don't just develop units, they develop communities with core amenities. They have clubhouses with workout facilities, they have swimming pools, they have multi-purpose rooms, tot lots, and a variety of general open spaces that they provide as part of the redevelopments of their sites. And that's exactly what we're going to do here at the former TICO site. Now, one of the things that I really wanted to highlight with respect to Resia is its ability to build fast, and to build economically. I have 3 different projects that I'm going to briefly go through very quickly. Resia Tradition is a 372-unit project out of St. Lucie County that was cleared in February of 2021 and was fully developed in a year, February 2022. Resia Oak Enclave is just north of the Palmetto Expressway in a city nearby, and that was cleared in February 2021 and fully constructed by February 2022. At the same time in South Dade, Resia Oak Cutler, a 390-unit development, was cleared in February 2021 and fully constructed by February 2022. So we have 3 projects in which they have developed within a 12-month time frame from the date that they received their permits in order to move forward. And that is a demonstration of their ability to build effectively and efficiently. This is the location of the site that we're talking about at the southwest corner of the intersection of Northeast 159th Street and Harriet Tubman Highway. I know that you all are very familiar with it. It's about 17.8 acres, and our redevelopment is really going to focus on the residential component of the site. As part of the development agreement that I'll talk about in a second, there was contemplated a mixed-use development on this property that would have commercial, that would have residential, and that would have a school on the site. And what we've seen from our conversations with both commercial developers and with schools has been that they really are interested in seeing what's going to happen with the rooftops on this property. So they're very interested in seeing the residential development be approved before they can demonstrate the interest on the site, because they anticipate that that's going to provide the captured audience for their services. With respect to the site, this property, as you all are very well aware, in 2015 went through a zoning amendment and land use amendment that essentially created the mixed-use employment center, which provided for a substantial increase in density and intensity. And it contemplates a variety of different enhancements with respect to the developments on these sites. And in 2018, this commission specifically authorized the development of up to 1,650 dwelling units on this property. We're not building 1,650 units on this property. We're seeking to build 1,296 on this property. And in addition, as part of that development agreement, it conceptualized and authorized up to 20 stories, 255 feet of development on the site as a height, and we're developing substantially lower, about 140 feet lower than what we could have built as part of this development. So what we're seeking to do here is provide a development that is within the vision of the city, but also complementary with what's nearby by providing for a platform for the redevelopment of the site. Now, first, I'm going to talk about the development agreement, and then second, I'll talk about the alley vacation. I think that these 2 items are pretty simple to deal with. The first aspect deals with the development agreement, which is that Miami-Dade County is currently making certain improvements along Northeast 159th Street. And in order to accommodate those changes, we have to be able to collaborate with the county in order to incorporate some of those changes. So we're simply asking a modification to take into account that collaboration so that we can move forward with that aspect of the development agreement. With respect to the alley alley vacation, in 2018, when the development agreement came before this board, it had a concept plan. And in that concept plan, it contemplated that the southernmost portion of the entrance and egress of our site would have an entrance that you can see right there. But there's an existing alley that's there today that you can see in teal. And that existing alley is impacting our ability to develop in accordance with the concept plan. So what we're essentially seeking to do is to vacate that alley in order to permit us to build pursuant to that concept plan. But what's important about this and what's important here is that this alley is owned by us. It's not dedicated. We pay taxes on it, and we have continuously paid taxes on it. And so it's similar to another item that came before this commission previously, where there was an alley vacation that had been contemplated, and because we were the ones who were paying taxes on it, we were the ones who were the owners of it, we were able to vacate the property as well on that site, and we think it would be appropriate for us to do it here because it serves no real purpose for the city because the city doesn't own it, and we're currently paying taxes on the property. I'll skip through some of these items. And then finally, our final request. So we've gone through the development agreement modification, which I think is pretty simple, the alley vacation, which is also, I think, pretty simple, and now we're going to talk about the site plan approval and the associated variances. As I've noted earlier, the initial approval for the site contemplated 1,650 units and a height of up to 20 stories with 255 feet. As part of our development today, we're seeking to only develop 1,296 dwelling units on this property, and we're only seeking to develop up 12 stories on the property. We're also providing for a substantial tapering down as we get closer to the residences to our west in order to be complementary and respectful of the developments nearby. But one thing I want to talk about before I go into the variances is that even those variances, the 18 variances that we'll be talking a bit about tonight, were contemplated as part of the development agreement that came before you back in 2018. So if you look at Exhibit F of the development agreement, you'll see that at Provision 8, it specifically contemplated that the required development permits would incorporate and have variances because the way that this parcel is laid out, as I'll show you in a second, it's in an irregular shape. And each of the blocks are irregular. So in order to be able to accommodate the development that we're going to have on this property, it was anticipated back 6 years ago that we were going to need variances in order to move forward with the project. And in fact, we did need those variances, and I'll go briefly through some of those a bit later. As part of this project, what you'll see is that there are essentially 4 different blocks that were approved as part of the concept plan. Block A is where the school was planned for. Block B, Block C, and Block D is where we're developing the residential units on this property. So if you look at the middle of the screen, that's where Block B is, Block C is to the northwest, and Block D is to the northeast. And what we've done is we've tapered off the northeast portion of the site for commercial use, and we've kept the Block A for the school use because we anticipate that the residential development will help to drive the interest with respect to both the school and the commercial use at that hard corner at Northeast 159th Street and Harriet Tubman Highway. And we fully anticipate that that's going to be a tremendous benefit. But as you look at this site, one of the things that you notice immediately is that it's in a regular shape. It's not a square, it's not a rectangle, and in order to accommodate the development, we had to get creative to be able to accommodate the residential units that we needed in order to develop this property. Now, one thing that this slide does not do is it does not accurately depict some of the positive impacts that we're having on this property. And one of the positive impacts that we're having on this property is that we're planting over 576 trees on this property and about 13,000 shrubs on the property. Commissioner Smith, I see that you have a question? No. Oh, okay, perfect. And what you'll notice is that at the northwest portion of the property, you have 2 rows of trees that are buffering our site from the residences to our west. And so what we really did was we planned for a development that would have some significant buffering to ensure that we'd be both respectful of the community to our west, and also ensure that the development would be enveloped in lushly landscaped items. And as part of the redevelopment of this property, and I'm going to go quickly through some of this stuff, one of the things that we're doing is providing for certain changes to the development agreement in order to allow us to have the residential first. As part of the concept plan, it contemplated that there would be a school first, but given that the development agreement always contemplated that the market forces would drive what happens on the site with respect to phasing, we are seeking to modify that. As part of it, we want to make sure that the commission would be aware of that, because what the market has demonstrated to us is that they want to see the residential develop first after we put in the infrastructure as part of the first phase of this project. In addition, one of the things that has happened as part of and that was created as part of the development agreement is that at Section 15 of the development agreement, it specifically stated that reasonable variations in building placement, building style, and lot configuration may be approved administratively. All of the variances that we're seeking tonight deal with building placement, building style, lot configuration with respect to this site. So there are building length variances, building block variances that are really to help be able to develop the site in accordance with the concept plan that was previously approved. And one of the things that has to be taken into account is when you look at the variances, although you hear 18, it's really 7. But what's happening is that they're multiplying from each building has a variance, each building in each block has the same type of variance. And so when you put those all together, it becomes 18 for the entire site. And so one of the things that we wanted to make sure was that the Commission was aware that it's the same type of variance for the tower typology, it's the same type of variance for the tower separation, it's the same type of variance for the block width, same type of variances that are all throughout. It's just that they're being multiplied across different blocks. Now, I'm going to go quickly through some of this. On the left side, for the next 6 slides, you're going to have a concept plan, and you're going to have the project as proposed. They're essentially consistent as part of this. What we did on the proposal today is that we took out the residentials that you can see that was previously shown on the previous version, where you see the yellow on the northwest portion of the site, and to provide more buffering between the single-family residences on the west, we removed those. In addition, you'll see that the parcel diagram was consistent with what was previously approved. The street network is consistent with what was previously approved, except that we've enhanced Harriet Tubman Highway. And for the sub areas, you'll notice that we've kept everything as it was previously approved, except that we're not seeking to develop nearly as much dwelling units as we could as part of the previous approval. In addition, with respect to the heights, we could have developed up to 20 stories, but we're only maxing out at 12 stories with respect to this property. And finally, one of the things that we've been particularly proud of is that we've been able to enhance the green and open space with respect to the site. We have over an acre, 57,000 square feet of designated open space as part of this project. We're very happy of our ability to have been able to plan a development that put into perspective the opportunity to ensure that we could have community areas within the development. And these are some of the open spaces that are contemplated as part of the site. At the northeast corner and just north of the school, we're going to have some community gathering areas that I'm going to highlight in a second. This is just the photometric showing that the area will be well lit. And one of the things that we've done is we've added 2 trolley station allocation sites with respect to this property. So really what we've done with respect to this development is we've said, if you want to utilize this property as part of trolley stops, the city can do it, but it's not going to mandate that the city has its trolley stops at those locations. We just wanted to be a good community steward with respect to that. Finally, one of the things that I wanted to talk about just very briefly is when you look at the specific lots, when you look at Block B, which is to the left, Block C, which is in the middle, Block D, which is on the right, they're all irregular configurations, and this is the traditional type of aspect that would accommodate and support a variance and the variances that we're seeking with respect to the site tonight. The only one additional variance that we have is really being necessitated by rules and regulations of the FDOT regarding the Greenway. And then finally, these are some of the depictions of the project from the north looking back to the south and from the northwest looking back to the southeast. And as you can see from this depiction, it really tapers down significantly the closer you get to the single family homes on the west. And I'll just run through some of these items real quick so you can see it. And this is the view looking from the east back west. And what you'll see here is at the northwest portion of the site, as part of our development, we have 3 art installations that have to be in the aggregate worth of $100,000. And we have different art installations as part of the project all spread out throughout. And you'll see that we've significantly tapered down some of the development. Here are some of the additional depictions from the site and the architectural movements that's occurring. And this is one of the workout facilities outside that we've provided and some of the gathering spaces outside as part of the open space development for the project. This is one of the clubhouses. We have 3 different clubhouses for each of the blocks so that each community can have their own separate community amenity as far as the project. And you can continue to see the different trolley station locations, the shelter that we're providing in case the city wants to utilize it for the trolley stops. And this is the entrance feature along Harriet Tubman Highway. And then this is the parking garage around Harriet Tubman Highway. And one of the things that we've done with respect to this site is we've created substantial sidewalks for pedestrianism. We've provided some retail at the bottom floor of this portion of the site in order to accommodate some of the potential commercial aspects of the project. And this is the the western portion of the site. And although this is a garage, we've provided for substantial architectural enhancements to ensure that it could look like a residential development as opposed to a garage. Now, with respect to the project, I want to talk very briefly about some of the community benefits. And we've talked at length about some of these items, so I'm going to skip some of this. One of the things that we're doing is at Northeast 159th Street, we're providing for a 35-foot dedication and a right turn lane dedication for the site. And we're providing for substantial community benefits as part of this development with respect to transit and transportation demand enhancements. One of the items that I wanted to point out is that we're going to have on-site bike parking facilities, carpool facilities, and designated parking spaces for scooters and motorcycles. And we're also going to be making several transit improvements along Northeast 163rd Street and Biscayne Boulevard. Now, finally, with respect to the community benefits aspect of the site, we're going to be giving about $2.3 million to the city as part of this one project. And one of the things that I wanted to highlight is that there's a public infrastructure and streetscape fund that we'll be contributing $600,000 to. As part of one of the conditions that we've provided, we're proffering to the city that $100,000 of that can be allocated for library services and public infrastructures to support youth sports. And we think that that would be a great accommodation for the city to accommodate some of the items that the city has been seeking to attract and satisfy. As part of this development, all told, Resia will be providing over $300 million in investment dollars in order to redevelop the site, to remediate the contamination, and to ensure that the project can be fully developed and operational. And as part of the taxes directly to the city, we'll be providing over a 20-year period, over $22.6 million to this one property. And one of the final things that I wanted to note is that people tend to forget that residential projects are also employment centers. As part of this one project, we anticipate that over 1,427 jobs will be created, and over time, that there will be an annual spending from this development of about $25.9 million every single year within the city, and we anticipate that those items are significant. So given the fact that this will remediate the site, that it's consistent with the conceptual plan, that it provides for a variety of different community benefits, we think that the city should approve it. We thank you for your time, and I'd like to reserve some time for rebuttal if necessary. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much. And thank you for the conciseness as well. Mr. Ng, did you have anything you want to say? So you're walking away with the books, like look like you're going home.
I just
So I got nervous for a minute.
well, there's a lot on the agenda this evening, so I apologize for the bulk. That did have a presentation, which I don't see it here. Right. My apologies, I gotta pull it up. That's not it. Yeah, I'm trying to find my presentation on New North Tower. Oh, they probably got closed out. That's not it. That's not it. Yeah, that's okay. Yeah, right. Could we put that in? He's open there.
And then do the restroom.
No, that's not it.
Okay.
All right. My apologies. Staff note that the project itself, reading out. It's related to a previously approved development agreement. We do note that while it's substantially different, the applicant does have specific entitlements within that development agreement, and they are within that threshold. Specifically, staff also note that the applicant worked extensively with staff because in the current state, the facade that you see, the orientation that you see, that was not the original aspect. So the applicant had made considerable changes in request to for increased compliance with our code and the development agreement. We also know specifically that in terms of parking, they do meet the parking requirements as noted in the staff report. That was something that was not provided by the applicant. 1,296 spaces, which was required. They're offering over 1,600 parking spaces, and this is not only compliant with the code, but it is sufficient for the area. Staff also note that in the future, this is in proximity to the future TOD train station. Importantly, just to add to what has been noted by the applicant, the Planning and Zoning Board did recommend approval 6-0. However, they did recommend also to the City Commission that you consider a condition whereby the applicant would be asked to increase its lighting in between the buildings. As you noticed on the site plan, the buildings that are constructed are pretty close to each other. So when we asked the applicant for the shadow study, there are certain aspects where they were concerned about the level of light along some of the corridors that you see. And hence, that led to the specific recommendation from the Planning and Zoning Board. Past that, the applicant did cover everything else that was required, right down to facade in their presentation. However, and staff had provided the staff report. If there are any questions, we'd be happy to answer anything from that.
Okay, thank you. Next, Madam Clerk. Public comment.
Good evening, everyone. The Mayor and Commissioners of the City of North Miami Beach has opened the floor for public comment. Please speak only on the subject matter that is presented before the Commission. Any speakers?
Well, he has one time left.
Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners. My name is Mubarak Azan, longtime resident in this city, over a quarter century living here. First time this project came before us was in 2012. We met with the environmentalist who was working on behalf of the developer at that time. And it was a back and forth with the residents and the environmentalists and the city. The city at one point waylaid the forest, partial forest that was there at the TICO site without doing an environmental impact study. All of you were living in this city at that time, but nobody came out to check it out. Neighbors said that the osprey, bird, and the bald-headed eagle were nesting up in the trees. They doubted that. But I was not living around the pond. Yeah, that is on 18th Avenue, and that surrounds, that goes back to the TICO side. This is the TICO side. This is the, actually formerly it was a gas company that was there that polluted the place for many decades. And we had asked then for borehole studies to be done, like 30 feet deep, go down into the ground. And the environmentalists at that time said, oh, it's going to cost millions of dollars. Think of the lawsuit that you would have coming if you do not take this opportunity now and actually do a proper borehole around the property to see how much it is actually polluted. I know you're going to tell me that a lot of polluted sites were built on, We have some like Biscayne Landings, Biscayne Commons. I do not know if they had a gas company producing gas, poisonous gas that kills people on their site. But this TICO site, they have it. And you can look at some movies, Dark Waters and the others, and see what pollution does to human beings, animals, for the sake of money. Greed.
15 seconds.
I'm not telling you not to go ahead with this project. What I'm telling you is to do the borehole studies first and see if it is feasible, if it is actually really polluted.
Time.
Do I have my extra 6 minutes now, or do I have to be coming up and back and forth? I'm telling you about the history of this project. Mr. Mayor?
You can extend a little bit, but please try to keep it as concise as possible, and please don't repeat what you already said.
Mr. Mayor?
Yeah.
If I may, I think what he's asking is there's 3 separate items.
He's got 3 sets of 3 minutes.
So can he do all 9 right now?
We're doing it all right now.
Okay.
Yeah, but we're trying to discourage 9 minutes unless we really
that's
have
a
to.
very good point.
So we're trying to be concise, not just, okay.
Right, I was one of the residents that actually sent mails to you to actually brief you on what you have before you. And you really should not overlook it, because I remember back in 2016, the mayor and council did not listen to the residents when they wanted to outsource the water plant. And they did outsource it. And not tonight, but last meeting, you all, Mr. Joseph, Commissioner Joseph, and all of you were kind of like up in arms that in $9 million we have to now pay out for that mistake that was done. And you blamed 4 elected officials. I'm not going to call their names. Who are you going to blame now when these residents start dying of cancer from this site? If you do not do those boreholes properly and in depth, not scrape off 2 feet of earth as what they had done. You scrape off 2 feet of earth, the DERM, the EPA, everybody approved to scrape off 2 feet of earth and repack it with 2 feet of new earth. Now the same DERM and EPA and all of these people who give their approval on that, supposedly, they had to, and these are the type of people you're dealing with, where did they take that contaminated earth and dump it? That is the type of people you're dealing with. And these are the experts. And you have to remember all the time, experts, they're not right. If they were right, we would have never had the crash of Wall Street in 2008, 2009, when millions of families lost their homes because the experts says it was okay, you can go ahead and do it. Buy homes that you can't afford. And most people went ahead and they did that. And now tonight, not tonight, but previously from 2012 to 2018, when this actual thing was passed, July 2018, you gave it like a 30-year, nothing was built. These are the experts that told you, continue. Don't do any boreholes, as what the resident, Mr. Kazan and Mary Hilton, rest her soul, Richard Reese, all of these people, they were calling for environmental impact studies to be done to that site. It's polluted. I call it a poisonous piece of land that you want to build on. And you told me, oh, Publix is there on a polluted site. Publix is not here building on Tico's site, or I would have kicked up a stink on it. We have to preserve this city. There's not much money to go around anymore. We're having tons of lawsuits coming because we failed to do our homework. You can pass the alleyway, you can pass whatever. I'm going in, but you have to do those bore sites. Now I'm going into the codification, but before I go into the codification of the multi-story parking, which we supposed to have done even before this project came before us 12 months ago. You have not done that as yet. A lot of projects, dozens of projects keep coming up here, and they're being passed with this old study that was flawed of the inadequate parking. You have not touched on the codification of the multi-story parking as yet. My peeve also is with the West Dixie Highway. I thought we collectively as a city had renamed that street to the Harriet Tubman Highway. A very famous lady that helped to bring this country to what it is today, that we are the #1 in the world. If it wasn't for people like them, for her and others, we would not have been the #1 country in the world. So for some staff member or a collaboration of some people to not put her name, I remember the guy renamed Twitter X, and they say X, formerly known as Twitter. Why can't we do that with the Harriet Tubman Highway, formerly known as the West Dixie Highway, right? And this codification, I'm back to the codification. I hope you gather my point with the Harriet Tubman, that we need to have that done. If you guys are embarrassed about Harriet Tubman or you can't spell her name properly, Google it. But don't bring documentation without her name. She helped people like myself and others, this whole country, to make the #1 spot in the world. Now, the codification of the multi-story parking. Here you have a typical example where I remember they're saying, affordable housing income, people would be living in these places, and workforce housing. Those people love their vehicles. They're not going to be catching vehicles and spending 3 hours in the traffic going to work with a bus and public transportation. You need to have more adequate parking in here. Thank you very much for having me.
All right, thank you. All right.
Any other speakers?
Okay, let the
Mr.
record
Mayor?
reflect no one else came forward. And public comment is closed. Yep, we got another? No. We have a speaker back there? Okay.
Sir, did you take the oath?
Yeah, I did.
Okay, perfect.
I speak here, right?
Yes.
All right. Good evening, everybody. Good evening, everybody. Pleasure to be here with everybody. My name is Fernand Malord. I just recently purchased my house right here on 1416 Northeast 155 Terrace. And I've been a part of this community for over 25 years, for most part of my life. And I went to the elementary school of Fulford, then I went to JFK, then North Miami Beach Senior High School. I would like to say, as a part of this community, I love the work that we've put in over the past 20 years. I remember when y'all built the Walmart, down to the most recent stuff that you did right here on 8th Ave with the Publix and with the Chick-fil-A and the AT&T and everything you did there. And I'm here to urge you guys to move forward with this project. I love the idea of it. I love what it could do to the community. I love the idea of how I could take a vacant spot that's not contributing anything and making something great out of it that could push the community forward. So, thank you.
Thank you for coming.
Oh, yes. I got some money.
Okay, thank you. Again, anybody else want to come and speak on this matter? Okay, this time for real. No one's come forward, and public comment is now closed. Okay, so commissioners, anyone want to speak on this?
Mr. Mayor, I just wanted to spend 30 seconds on a
Go ahead,
quick
no
rebuttal.
problem.
So, Mayor, the only thing I want to respond to is that the Division of Environmental Resources Management, DERM, has done an extensive and stringent analysis of the site and have determined that the redevelopment of it would be appropriate and safe because it's being remediated. In addition, the Florida Department of Environmental Protection has also said the same exact thing. We've received comfort letters to be able to move forward with the development. We look forward to being able to develop the site. We're looking forward to your support and are hopeful that you'll support it. We think that this site really needs the remediation and that the redevelopment of the site will enhance it. Thank you so much for your time. I'll be here to answer any questions to the extent you have any.
Thank you. Mr. Ring, anything further?
Yes, sir. During the review process, we also have requested the applicant provided with regular status updates as they work through the agreement, because this was not only required as part of the site remediation plan, but as part of the prior development agreement. In order to move this forward to PDB, staff actually had requested a full letter of memorandum of understanding. We actually initially had drafted a condition, but removed it because the applicant had fulfilled all the requirements, but before we actually got to planning and zoning board, so we can certify that that had been addressed.
Okay, thank you. Okay, all right, Commissioner Smuckler.
All right, well, first of all, I'm going to defend staff. Old habits are hard to break. And I'm sure the majority of us here still say West Dixie Highway, and not to be offensive to Harriet Tubman, but that's just, it's an old habit and it's hard to break it. And I apologize to Mubarak Kazan if he feels that staff did something wrong, but I personally believe that it was just an honest mistake and not to be offensive to Ms. Tubman. I have a question. Oh, well, also the EPA and DERM, is that in here? Those.
So we provided a letter of memorandum that detailed the approvals that we have from DERM and the Department of
they're in here somewhere.
Yes,
Okay,
yes.
thank you. For the attorney, I have a hypothetical and God forbid question. Let's say 30 years from now, people start living there or start getting sick. Is the city responsible?
The city has never been an owner of this property that I'm aware of. There would be no liability for the city. Besides the fact that we have, and I asked about this, by the way, I was handling the Planning and Zoning Board meeting where this came up, and I asked the staff if those two reports from both County DERM and State DEP had been put into the record, and staff had reviewed and understood and acknowledged them, and they said yes. With those things in place, and given the fact that the city has never owned this property, there would be no liability.
Okay, even if we approve it.
Lawyers should never say something like that 30 years from now.
But because we approved it, it's not our fault. Okay. Also, I wanted to know, do residents have to be informed that that's a brownfield site? I mean, it's up to the resident. If they want to live there, that's on them, but
Let me ask the applicant, when the whole process of DERM approvals and DERM inspections and DEP were done, were there not public notices? Was it not clear to the residents what was going on?
Yeah, so every document that is submitted to both DERM and the Florida Department of Environmental Protection are all public records. And to the extent that there are different activities that are occurring with respect respect to the BISRA, the Brownfield Site Rehabilitation Agreement. There are specific notices that occur as part of that. So yes, there would have been that process, but also to the extent that there are any documents that are submitted to Durham, any documents that are submitted to the Department of Environmental Protection, every single document is a public record.
And under the city code, don't you notify people within a certain circumference of the project of everything that is being done?
Yeah, so as part of this hearing, we would have had to provide notice of that, and as part of that, we have to put them on notice of all of the variety of different aspects. And as part of the city's file, it keeps. And Mr. Ng was very intentional about ensuring that we had a robust conversation about the environmental aspects of the site to ensure that to the extent that the residents came out and had any concerns, that they would be able to look at the file and see those memoranda.
Yeah, but this, once they're living there, renting, living there, they're not going to have this notice because it's after the fact. So I'm just curious if someone, when people move in, and I'm talking all brownfield sites, I'm not being specific to this one, shouldn't they be informed that this is a brownfield site and that there could possibly be?
Without trying to give a legal opinion on a purchaser, they will be, under Florida law, receiving notice, and I think it's got to be in the purchase and sale contract for the...
I think this is a rent, this is going to be rentals, right?
These are going to be rentals.
This is going to be rentals.
Yeah, you got me on that one. Yeah, I don't think they would receive any specific...
Right. When you go to Biscayne Commons and go shopping, do they give you a notification that you're shopping on top of?
Yeah, but I'm shopping there 1 hour a month. I'm not living there. I'm not taking a shower there. I'm not sleeping there. So it's different. I'm just curious. I just kind of feel that, but that's something that it's not really on the developer or maybe on the city. That's something maybe EPA or Durham should obligate.
Just for the record, in order to move forward and receive approval through a Durham through the process for no further action, the applicant had to go through an extensive environmental process, which involved 12 specific conditions from Durham. The 12th condition of which is on notification of sales and conveyances that are explicitly noted in the letter as provided to staff from the environmental law firm engaged by the applicant on this. In addition, the applicant has provided a full understanding and full report of that finding from Durham itself. On that, in that regard, staff is confident in our recommendation to you that those aspects will be satisfied by the applicant.
No, that's not really.
On the conveyance, on the notification during conveyance and sale that you're reading.
I just want to know if
Commissioner, if I was still in the legislature, I think I might introduce a bill to do that.
Okay, well then.
I don't believe, I could be wrong, but I don't believe there is such a current requirement. But the idea that there maybe should be is not a matter necessarily for this particular developer or this particular site, but perhaps in every case where that's occurring, that both the condition and the extent of remediation should be made available to anyone that's going to live there. I may be wrong in saying that there is no such current law, but I'm not aware of one.
Right,
That
so-
sounds like a pretty good one.
Yeah, I think we
frankly.
should.
That would open up a whole can of worms.
Okay,
How about the people that are at Costco, Solomia, who work there 8 or 10 hours a day? They're spending more time there than someone who lives. There's food there too, and there's a whole Solomia development over there.
Okay, but
too.
that's for legislator to do something and tell the people that live there. It's not for us to determine who's going to work. Okay.
Right.
I also wanted, my last question, how much of the required pervious space will be on the roof of the building?
On the roof of the building?
Yeah, is all the pervious space on
Yeah, so
the ground?
there's no pervious space on the roof. It's all on the.
It's all on the ground.
That's
Oh,
correct.
okay, perfect.
Yeah.
That's why I'm just a little confused.
Okay.
Yep.
All right, I thought there was going to be. All right, thank you.
Our pleasure.
Mayor, my apologies, but can staff make a very quick point?
Yes.
Staff should know for the record, since it came up, that we do not have control as a city over the naming of a state road. So that's why it's referred to as Route 60 Highway. Now, staff does support the renaming of it, but it actually takes a act of the state legislature to do so. It was sponsored by then Senator Tadeo. Died in committee. That's why it's named the way it is. Staff has no control over that.
It wasn't changed?
Leave this up to our former legislator. I thought it was every city had to agree, and I think not all the cities. But from my understanding, there was a hiccup in regards to getting it enacted. I don't know, it was vetoed later on or whatever. I don't know, but there were certain aspects that weren't fully covered. I'll leave it up to our city attorney.
Sometimes there's something that people say they support, and then they support it and support the heck out of it, and it's called loving it to death. And they pile on so many things that it becomes noble sounding but impractical and unlikely. So that may have been what happened.
So it never passed. It's all right.
Check, but
Okay, well, I still supported staff for not making the mistake that.
We appreciate that. We just want to clarify for the record that there is no mistake here because it's governed by state law. We actually checked the record. It died in committee. And so therefore, we have to abide by what the state says.
Interesting. All right, thank you.
Okay, Mr. Smith.
Thank you. A few questions. City Attorney, if there is something that you find substantial as a change, does it go back to the board for their first vote?
no, it would come back to you.
So what about the first vote and the second vote?
Once they're done with it, they're done with it. It becomes yours. So if if your question is, could you vote to say we want to send it back to P&Z? I'd have to research that. That might be possible. But usually when it's done with them, it's now yours. Good, bad, indifferent, pass it, fail it, postpone it, talk about it, whatever. But usually when they're done with it and they pass it to you, it's now yours to do what you want with.
Okay.
But let me say that just clearly, we are not going to make any substantial change of any kind that would be adverse to the interest of the city or its residents. We only are talking about some clarifying language that's, just to make sure that what we're saying is said properly and clearly. If there's anything substantial that's not in front of you, it would have to come back. We don't anticipate that, but, till you're done, you're not sure, and that's why we're going to take the time to go through it with staff, with the applicant, look at it, and be 100% sure. I don't anticipate it having to come back, but if it has to, it has to.
Okay, so I have a few questions. Number one is, in my research, there were 16 variances, and now there are 18. Could you tell me the other two?
Commissioner, you drifted up. You weren't loud enough at the end. I couldn't hear you.
No, what are the other two additional variances from 16 to 18?
Because of the way the variances were grouped, those were separated out so that it really not extra variances as much as clarity based on the buildings.
No, most of the variances are repetitive from building to building. Although
yes,
number, I think it.
So the number change come from us splitting it due to the grouping, so that we were doing the same thing consistently across the board. So there were two buildings where we had grouped them together. Because we were going on a building by building basis, we had to separate them back out. That's the difference between from 16 to 18. If not, then you could just group them and call it 4 different variances, right? So
one of the questions I have is on variance number 15, where it says that the applicant is requesting a non-use variance from the 70% building frontage for building B to instead provide 0 frontage along the street. So you're going to have 0 frontage on the street instead of 70. How are you moving the building?
So that was really to accommodate the more open space on the site. As one of the points that we were noting as part of the presentation, I wanted to make sure that I went through it pretty quickly. But one of the points that we have is that Block B, Block C, and Block D each have their own community facility. And in order to provide for the 57,000 square feet of open space, we had to adjust the buildings in order to accommodate the open space that we wanted on the site in order to have the community areas for people to gather. And because of the configuration, if you look at the way that the lots are shaped, in order to create a building that would be on that block that way, it would almost be impossible because you would have to vary the building in a curvilinear fashion in order to make it that 70% front.
I see, because the other ones gave you some, they all had a change, but they gave you some footage.
The variation in this, Commissioner, provide for 16,000 square feet of additional open space that we were not able to accommodate before, because if you had the frontage, there are certain things that go with having a frontage. So the interest of having a better site design, staff agreed with the applicant for a consideration of this, because we're in a city where open space is increasingly becoming a premium, and so we wanted to preserve that, recommend to you to reserve that aspect within the site plan.
Okay, and how tall is the western building abutting the private residence?
So when you say the western building, are you talking about the parking garage? It's 35 feet. So it's the same height as a 2-story single-family home at the pitch of the roof.
Okay, that's very important, because I have voted on this project several times, and the residents that live on the western side do not want to have a building overlooking their yard, their home, their way of life. So I mentioned that my husband talked to me about this project. And what he said was when he was a little boy and rode his bicycle down West Dixie Highway, he's 82, they had to stop breathing when they got near this project, because that's how bad and how tainted it was. So 2 men that are residents that I respect in the city have sent us letters that no matter what it is, if it's one variance, vote no, because the property's tainted. So you're between a yin and a yang. But I don't know, Gus, I can't imagine that the millions of dollars worth of investment and the aggravation and the time involved to get this building bought and built, and the professional people wouldn't check and make sure that it's something that's habitable. I just can't visualize investing that kind of money and even having a slight question. Now, the point being is none of us up here are engineers, at least I don't think so from what they've shared. We have to rely truthfully on the professionals, and you're not the first project that came before us. And the other ones didn't stop building or stop bringing their project force because of the contaminated land. They stopped because the world changed, finance changed, they're getting their project off the ground just didn't work for them. But to me, and this is something that I don't want to make minor of this thought, I really want the public to recognize we've had that vacant property forever and a day. It's the only piece of property we have left, 17 acres. So you get your choice. What could you put on it? A ball field where kids play on it and you think the land is no good? What could you put on it? You really and truly, the whole purpose of changing this city to more revenue coming in, to more livable, enjoyable city is to have projects like this. I agree with the commissioner, and that was one of my points, that people that come to rent should be notified that this property was treated and it has a clear, and we just, so that they could have the choice, if they choose that that might be detrimental to their family, that they would not rent there. So voluntarily, would your developer consider that as part of his marketing? that there would be a statement that would just say that?
I don't know that that's something that's within our purview, really. But I get it. Well,
I think it's an important discussion, and I think that the attorney should tell us if we have the right to request, not even request, ask if he would put a sentence that the property has been examined and it has been approved and passed all the standard tests.
in other words, can we make it a condition that they have to notify every potential renter that it was a contaminated property at one point?
As a condition, no, Mr. Mayor, but you can make a recommendation.
I didn't say condition,
Right,
actually,
okay.
Mr. Mayor. I said I would ask him if he would consider doing that. And so I think it would alleviate everybody. I know if I was going to rent there, I'd want to know that before. It's like, one time I sold a house where a man had been murdered. I told the people before they bought the house because they're going to move in and the neighbors are going to tell them the man was murdered. So
We don't have an issue with the consideration of that in our
Sorry,
discussion.
say it again.
We don't have an issue with providing as a consideration as part of our
See that? See that? I thank you, and I will tell you something. I, for one, have sat up here and voted on many projects. I hope this is the fourth one in the last year that you build within a year. I hope we get to ride down West Dixie Highway and see it and have all those new renters, new North Miami Beach residents come into our city and get haircuts and buy their gas and buy their groceries and go to our little stores and find their favorite shoe store, et cetera, et cetera. Because otherwise you have 17 acres of property giving the city nothing except an eyesore. And we have a gentleman that has come forth with his company and said, you know what? I'm going to step up to the plate and change the eyesore. I respect the two men. I respect their opinion. But now you've alleviated that for me. And I thank you very much for doing that. One sentence, if I was selling in there or renting in there and I've sold for 44 years, I would tell the people, this is the kind of company you're dealing with. They're honorable enough to tell you ahead of time. And that's who you want to be your landlord. That's all. That's all. I appreciate it very much. If I have any other questions, I'll ask for a second bite.
I just want to follow up to that. For how long will you be telling them? I mean, the first...
In their rental agreements, when
For the next 20 years, or for the next 2 years? I mean...
Look, we can work on that. I think the key aspect is we are developers, and well, the client is a developer that wants to make sure that their tenants are well apprised of what's going on the site. These are all public records anyway. We don't have an objection to folks understanding what the site was and that we've gone through the process of remediating the property. We think that's fully proper, and we don't have an objection to considering it.
All right, thank you.
Right, and just to be clear, and just correct me if I'm wrong, but what he said that they would consider the recommendation, right?
No, he said he doesn't mind doing it. That means he's going to do it.
I just don't, I heard something, and I heard one thing, the way that you're speaking sounds like something else. I just want to make sure that, it's clear, so.
Could we ask the developer to come up and tell us what his intentions are, please?
Good evening, Gus Cabrera, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, great to see you. I think in many ways, this could be a case study of what you can do with a site that was at one point contaminated and can be repurposed for a greater purpose, right? And I got to tell you, and there's probably some developers in the audience, there is no more stringent entity to overcome in the land development aspect of development than Durham.
Of course.
Not in South Florida, not in Miami-Dade, in the state. I would offer in the Southeast. As Pedro mentioned, we built in Georgia, we built in Texas, we built in other parts of the state. There is, and please underscore, full stop after I say it, there is no more strict entity associated with land development and rehabilitation of land than Durham, Miami-Dade Durham. It is the most difficult obstacle, and I hope they're not watching, to overcome than Durham. So we would, it's part of what I'm sure everybody knows about this site. Certainly, it's something that, frankly, we'll celebrate, the fact that we can repurpose this site for residential use, much needed residential use in the city. And to your point, bring tremendous amount of revenues to the city. This site, as you mentioned, has been sitting idle, and it was repeated over and over again at Planning and Zoning, a site that has been sitting idle as an eyesore in the city for over 30 years. And we're stepping up to really provide what we think is a great product and really build what we think will be a premier community in the city of North Miami Beach. So.
And will you address the request or the consideration to put a sentence or to notify those that come in to rent that it was treated and it's perfectly safe, beautiful land?
Yeah, we'll certainly accommodate and make reference to the fact that this is a safe land, that it has been fully remediated.
I appreciate that, and I will tell you, nobody understands it better than 10 years for Mishkan Park. 10 years of getting our kids to be able to go back on that ground. So I understand it. As a real estate agent, when they built those buildings near Costco, and the people that were fellow agents made investments of 2 and 3 apartments, then the building went up and they couldn't dump them, they couldn't get rid of them because the first four floors had smells. So I know all aspects. What I trust is the testing. What I trust is your investment and your experience. I trust that because I don't believe a company has come this far without knowing what they're doing. And I think it's a plus and a plus for our city. And I fear that if you don't accommodate some of the community, the negative that will go out has just been alleviated by your saying, yes, we'll make sure that they know it was treated, or however you want to say it, and it has been treated and it is good. And that way, the negativity that we're hearing that will continue will have a very, very quiet whisper.
We appreciate your trust, and we'll do our very best to exceed that. So.
Thank you. I hope to be at the ribbon cutting.
You will be.
Okay. Anything else from the commissioners? No?
I just want to hear, Mr. Mayor, from our staff, because I've had a conversation with Attorney Pedro Gasant about this, and his answers were answers that were clear and concise, and I appreciate that from his end. I want to also hear from our team as it relates to Durham and as it relates to the state of the property right now versus when it would be developed. How do you feel about the remediation process of development in general, and how do they meet those requirements through Durham that allows them to have an occupied space after development? So if you can speak to that, I would appreciate it.
In short, staff is comfortable. As we noted previously, we had certain review mechanisms in place regarding where they were in the process with Durham. We would not have proceeded to Planning and Zoning Board without assurance in the form of specific documentation dating back from August and October 2023, providing assurance with very specific steps and also continued monitoring. There are 12 very specific conditions that were provided from Durham, and staff had looked at them, and we agree with the statement and had the same assessment. We have the understanding that the applicant complied. We are comfortable with this based on what we have seen.
So it's your estimate that the safest position for this property is to have the remediation and development on it, as stated by the developer, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Second question that I have also is, How many previous site plan approvals did this property have?
Let's see, it would be on page, I think the second page of the staff report. If you bear with me, I don't have completely memorized, given that entire page of history. So bear with me for a minute while I pull that up. Let's see, dating from 1959.
I didn't know you were going to go back that far.
Right, yeah, we did a pretty extensive search. Let's see, site was formerly Tico from 1930 to 1984, had a land use variance in 1959, rezoning in 1960, site plan approval in 1984 for 20,000 square foot office building and vehicle maintenance building with 185 parking spaces.
So let me instead of you having to do
right.
I appreciate you going back to 1950, but instead of you having to do all of that, 59? Yeah. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So what you're saying is, as in the early 80s or in the 80s, there was a site plan approval for some sort of a mixed-use development.
Well, at that time, it wasn't a mixed-use development. It was actually a commercial development.
Commercial development.
It was a office building and vehicle maintenance facility.
And since then, we've had multiple. I believe even in the past couple of years, we've probably had one or two that we've approved up here as a commission as well, correct?
This is the only one in the last 10 years, Commissioner, because the applicant had taken advantage of the rezoning in 2015 for the mixed-use employment center. So because those new rules provided for a loosening of certain restrictions so that you could redesign the site and something that would fit within the market, that's what the applicant went forward with the development agreement that the commission approved on July 17, 2018.
Okay, so in 2018,
2018, yeah.
Right, so they're going based off of that, is what
Yes,
you're
sir.
saying. Different developers, but they're going based off of the 2018. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Well, in that case, I'm happy to hear from our staff because I think that's very important. While we have a lot of confidence in the developer and the team that they have assembled, I think it's important for you to put your stamp of approval on it as well. Because the health and safety and welfare of people who come to North Miami Beach is the most important priority of ours, right? Aside from that, I want to say that there was a resident that came up and spoke. And so, it's good to hear from people in that area, Washington Park area, that's near this development, speak on it, because it's going to affect them the most from what we see in a positive manner. So it's good to see that, and for this person to plant their feet here in North Miami Beach through home ownership, that's very powerful. And so thank you, sir, for coming out and speaking on the matter. In addition to that, speaking of the residents, I see that you guys have taken the time out with the parking garage, which was something that was, you guys had to explain to me because I thought that was more units. Mm-hmm. And so I don't think I've ever seen that before, where the presentation of the parking garage lends itself to actually looking like residences, and I think that makes a big difference for the residents in that area. But the most important question I think has been answered. The environmental protection agencies that are there to make sure that they do the job is really the most important concern. So I'm glad to hear that those steps are being taken. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Good.
I can concur on the developer's statement that Durham is very hard on developers, very, very hard, and as they should, especially in our eco-sensitive community we live on. Do you have a timeline of when you expect to start?
ASAP. We would as soon as we get the permits. Resia is very excited about the opportunity to move forward with this, and as soon as we were able to get the permits, they're ready to move.
Well, the Aqua Bowl neighborhood has been looking for some real uplifting for quite some time. I know that we've done some infrastructure there because it's near the cemetery site and everything else. So this is one additional, shot in the arm and really getting that area developed. That's on the backside of it. So thank you.
Thank you.
Good. Commissioner John?
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. The two questions that I had were in reference to community involvement or staffing involvement as it relates to economic development maybe and any job opportunities for residents, or how can people take part in such an amazing project that's going to be hopefully, a year in the making, right? That's the first question that I had. Yeah, that's the first. And then also the rate as it relates to what's the rental rate? Is it market rate? Is it more workforce? Can you speak to that?
Absolutely. So to your first question, one of the commitments that the developer has made is that they're happy and excited to hold job fairs for the construction of the site. And to the extent that folks qualify, they live in the city, it makes sense to have folks who live nearby who can come and work on the property. And Resi is very happy to make that commitment. It's something that they do on their projects, and it's something that they've done before. So I know that they're excited about the opportunity to develop in the city of North Miami Beach, and will be happy to commit to doing multiple job fairs on the site to ensure that any business or resident who has the skills to develop and work on the site is given an opportunity to do that. With respect to your second question, remind me when you say
workforce.
Okay, so the way that Resia develops their pro forma for the projects is based on the Florida Housing Finance Corporation's actual rent limits. And so what they do is they make a determination as to what's 140% of their area median income, and they really target between 100 and 120% of their area median income because that's their sweet spot. And so the whole point behind Resia, and they're doing business name as Resia, but their name is really AHS Residential, which is essentially American Housing Solution, which is to provide for opportunities to address the missing middle market. And so the rental rates that they're going to be providing are rental rates that are going to be generally affordable to folks who make between 100 and 120%, with some up to 140% sprinkled in there. So that's the way that they draft their pro forma with respect to the site, and that's what we anticipate the rental rates will be. The reason why I'm not answering your question directly on is because it would be a bit misleading. What ends up happening as part of the Florida Housing Finance Corporation's rent limits is that every year it changes. And so we would have to adjust our rental rates. But what I can tell you is that it would fall between 100 and 120% of their median income as that is set forth within those rent limits.
Typically, people who fall within that range are, would you say, working professionals? Would it be affordable to the average professional? That's the kind of the concept I'm trying to get clarity on.
Absolutely. So the core residents within a Resia project typically are firefighters, police officers. There are medical assistants who live at their facilities, physician assistants who live at the facility. So they really do focus on the workforce. That's their bread and butter, and that's what they market their facilities to. My pleasure.
I have a follow-up.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. You know, one of the issues that we try to resolve up here is really economic development, right? And I think that we've had this conversation over and over, but we have limited purview over what happens after we approve a site plan. But if we can make, it known that the importance of making sure that there's minority participation, minority-owned businesses or, small businesses that participate in these development processes, I think that's very critical and very, very important. In my seat, and I don't want to speak for anyone else up here, but I've heard it here before, but especially in my seat, I think it's key and it's important that as we see Resia really making its way through Northeast Miami-Dade and moving very quickly, which is a good thing, that we have minority participation as best as we can so that small businesses that are trying to grow in certain sectors can find their way through these projects that we approve, And so while it may not be a stipulation that we can put on these types of items, I look to see that at the end of the day, that there's minority participation. And I like what I'm seeing on Fifth Avenue. You guys are moving very fast on Fifth Avenue and about 159th Street.
159th and 6th Avenue, right next to I-95.
Right next to that and right next to Tabernacle of Glory.
That's right.
That area is really seeing a lot of development, and you're part of that. But you guys have so much opportunity to make communities thrive through, blessing their small businesses. So, I know you're hearing us, Pedro. I know Gus is here hearing us. That's key and that's important. I might not be able to make a stipulation, but it is something that I look at after we approve. So I hope you guys hear that.
We look forward to it, Vice Mayor. I think the core tenets of RESIA is to provide for a workforce that is representative of the communities in which they serve. It's one of the core tenets that they participate in, and I know that Gus in particular has already engaged in some of those conversations with both small businesses and diverse businesses. We think that that's pretty important.
Right, because these contractors, they have their hiring practices. So when you subcontract or when you hire a contractor, those things are so key and so important. So I just wanted to put that on the record, and I appreciate your guys coming into our city. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor.
Anything further? No? Okay, good. No, I like the project. I think it's something that'll be great for the area. I'm glad that, the repurposing, and I also like the multiple arteries of roads that are around there to go any direction. There's a lot of ways to go by and avoid the main thoroughfares in the city. And then with the potential of the train station happening on 151st Street, which is right down the street, I think there's just a lot of opportunity. I think that could really be a good start to start making that corridor, make a change. So it's definitely, I like what I see there.
Thank you, Mayor.
All right, with that being said, yep. Ready? Do it? Okay. I need a I'm first. So the first one's going to be on 10.1. So we need a motion.
I make a motion.
And a second? Okay. Idris, you good? You got him? Okay.
Commissioner Jean? I'm sorry.
I had a question, but I approve. I vote yes.
Commissioner Joseph?
Yes.
Commissioner Smith?
Yes.
Commissioner Smuggler?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Florimon?
Do we have to say as to form, or you were mentioning something about this?
We should say in substantially, for all three, in substantially the form that's been distributed to you tonight.
Okay. Yes, and substantially the form that has been distributed. Thank you.
Mayor Piper?
Yes.
It passes 6-0.
Okay. All right. Now let's go with 10.2.
Does this approve the trolley stops that you proposed? The question that I had to the manager was, from an operational standpoint, if the stops are approved, we would then, so I don't know if that was something that.
No, so to your point, Commissioner, one of the things that we do, and the only thing you're approving is the site plan. You're not approving your operational decisions with respect to the trolley stop. We are simply allocating the site to the extent that the city decides that it's appropriate to put the trolley stops there. We want to be good community partners, but we can't bind the city towards ensuring that you put the trolley stop there. If the city makes a determination that in its discretion it's not appropriate, that the operations don't make sense, that's up to the city. We simply wanted to be able to accommodate it.
Commissioner, in that standpoint, that it's about reserving the option for the city to exercise that case in the future, because if you don't have it approved and something else is stuck there, then you no longer have the option in the future.
Okay. So we need a motion and a second on 10.2.
Second.
Okay. Roll call.
Commissioner Joseph? Commissioner Smith?
Yes.
Commissioner Smuggler?
Yes.
Commissioner Jean?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Florimon?
Yes, as to the form presented.
Mayor Piper?
Yes.
Passes 6-0.
Okay. Now on 10.3, we need a motion and second to approve. Motion, second. Got second. Okay, roll call.
Commissioner Smith?
Yes.
Commissioner Smuggler?
Yes, and whatever Commissioner Foreman keeps on saying.
Well,
Now you
whatever
can
he
say.
told me to say, that's as to the form presented, right? That's what you said, right? Okay. And substantially the form presented. There we go.
Commissioner Jean?
Yes.
Commissioner Joseph? Vice Mayor Florimon?
Yes, and substantially the form presented.
Mayor Piper?
Yes.
Thank you, Mayor.
Passes
Thank you,
6-0.
Commissioners.
All right. Thank you.
Congratulations.
Okay.
You that day you did it. You called You were a
Mr. Manager,
and
question for you. Just trying to be a little conscious time-wise and everything. If there's particular items of importance, just in the, I don't know how long this next item is going to take, but if there's other items on there that are items of importance, if you could kind of prioritize them in the event that we have that we don't have a lot of time left at the end.
And you asked
Can you,
the meeting.
Millage.
huh?
Millage is number one.
Okay. So if you want to just like, if you want to make a little note with the numbers of the items, or if it's just that and then you don't care, then.
Okay. I'll provide that to you.
Let me see what we got here. So,
No.
I don't want to touch that. You know, as the 9 to 14 kids.
No,
Different
don't.
situations.
No, sorry. I shouldn't have said anything either.
So Michael, so that didn't pass to name it Harriet Tubman?
I think 11-1, then 11-4, right? In that order?
Right.
I think 4 and 3. Wait. So you want to do 4 and then 1 and 3, right?
Mm-hmm. Right. Yeah. I mean, you know, people do like, I still call people like women that have been married 10 years, I still call them by their maiden names.
11.
It could be a common mistake.
It all depends how this goes.
So would you. Don't worry.
By the way,
But you would quit wasting so much time with this girl all night long if you wouldn't just.
okay, we need a motion and second to introduce 10.4. We got the motion, we need a second. Commissioner Smuckler, we need a second, please, to introduce 10.4. Commissioner Smith, do you give us a second to introduce 10.4?
Yes.
Okay,
I second
there's your
it.
second.
We're going to bring in the South Fork.
Huh?
If 10.4 is this project,
Yes.
I'm going to second to bring in this project.
We're bringing in the left. The designated hitter.
All right, Mr. Attorney, can you read it?
Resolution number R 2024-78, Elevate 163 NMB Mixed Use Development, Edward Ng, Interim Community Development Director. A resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, approving, denying a variance from Section 24-58, subsection K, subsection 2B, Roman numeral 1, to allow a decorative screening of the south-facing frontage, parenthesis, northeast 163rd Street, of the parking garage in lieu of the required habitable liner building, approving or denying a variance from Section 24-58, Table MU-2, to allow for a lot width of the 266 feet, where the maximum lot width allowed is 250 feet. Approving or denying a variance from Section 24-58, Table MU-8, to waive the 15-foot tower setback from the podium to permit a 0-foot setback for portions of the south and east sides, where buildings should have a minimum setback of 15 feet, approving or denying a variance from Section 24-58, Table MU-1, to allow for a front street setback variance of 5 feet where a setback of 10 feet is required along the 163rd Street, approving or denying a variance from section 2458 subsection J subsection 9 to allow for an alley width of 20 feet where a minimum of 30 feet is required, approving or denying a variance from section 2458 table MU-3 to allow for a freestanding colonnade that encroaches into the southeastern right-of-way at the ground floor of the property where a minimum 5-foot sidewalk along the street edge is required, approving or denying a variance from section 24-58 subsection S subsection 1 G period Roman numeral 1 4 to allow a clear glazed area of 44% where 70% is the required minimum, approving or denying a variance from section 24-58 subsection J table MU-3 to allow for a second landscape strip abutting the property line where one landscape strip is permitted, and approving or denying the site plan application with conditions for the construction of a 26-story mixed-use development with 351 residential units with an 8-level parking podium with mezzanine levels and liner units with amenity deck with 3,043 square feet of ground floor commercial space on a 3-parcel site currently occupied by 3 one-story commercial structures located at 1973, 1981, and 1991 Northeast 163rd Street, providing for findings of fact, confirming expiration and limitation of approval, providing for conflicts, and providing for an effective date.
Okay. Thank you. All right, Madam Clerk Jennings.
I received the Jennings disclosure form from Commissioner Jean, so.
Can I have a point of personal privilege, Mr. Mayor?
Sure.
So one of the things I wanted to address, obviously when we do the Jennings disclosures, they're asking whether or not if we've spoken to anyone, and also do we have enough information, whether it be the day of the hearing, to make enough information, to make a final decision on the information that we received. Unfortunately, this developer has not reached out to my office to give me any briefings or anything of that nature, and I feel that, I'm not sure if it's staff that we need to address this to, the management team, I'm not sure, but I think for someone who was raised in this community from elementary school on, I would have loved to get a presentation of this particular project to my office so that I can actually be able to digest what the developer and his team is presenting tonight, and I wanted to put that on the record. Other than getting an email from the clerk that says this is the preview of the agenda, respectfully, we didn't receive a briefing on this. And for the sake of the developer's sake, so I wanted to kind of get that thought process, and how does that work when we don't individually, respectively, have the chance to hear about projects that are going to transform the community?
Okay, thank you. Okay, Madam Clerk.
Per Resolution R95-24, the subject matter of any ex-parte communication, together with the identity of the person, group, or entity making the communication, shall be disclosed and made part of the record on file with the city prior to final action on the matter. Commissioner Joseph.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I have had, to the best of my knowledge, no discussion regarding this particular item that I can recall. And I can make the decision based on evidence presented to me this evening.
Thank you. Commissioner Smith.
I spoke to Mitch Edelstein, I spoke to Matt. I don't think I spoke to the manager at all. But I did on the dais tonight bring up where it's going to be built based on another vote we had to take on another project. And I will make my decision, especially listening to each one of the variances, because some of my commissioners, is the first time they're hearing it. I will make my decision based on what I hear tonight.
No husband this time, huh?
No husband. I didn't talk to my husband about it.
Commissioner Smuckler.
The only conversation I've had on this project is that you're going to take my Cuban coffee away from me, my fix, when Cal is out of there. The bakery, Cal is, it's going to be, that's all the conversation I had. But other than that, I can base my decision on the information I hear today.
Vice Mayor Mackenzie Fleurimon.
As I stated earlier, I haven't received not one phone call or email on this item from either the developer or their team. I don't know, maybe they spoke to whoever they thought they needed to speak to, but that didn't include me. So I'll make my decision based on whatever information I receive tonight. And if I need further information, I'll ask for it. Thank you.
Mayor Piper.
I haven't spoke to anybody on this project. I can make my decision based on the information I received this evening.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay. And we need to swear in speakers, Madam Clerk. Whoever's not sworn in already, I guess.
If you plan on providing testimony on this item, please stand and raise your right hand. Okay. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to provide shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? And your response is?
I do.
I do.
Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Dring.
Thank you, Mayor, Commissioners. As with the prior applicant, we respectfully request that the applicant go first and staff will supplement as needed. Based on time, we'll try to keep it to what is needed.
Okay. All right, Mr. Amster.
Thank you. Good evening. We have a presentation. Matt Amster with the law firm of Burke, Howard, L. Fernandez, Larkin, and Tapanez. Offices at 200 South Biscayne Boulevard.
That's something you said now. We're short to the point. Okay.
I mean, it's a fire alarm.
It's a fire alarm. Thank you.
We should at least start preparing for that anyway.
We have to.
We stand in recess, man. We stay in recess.
All right, we stay in recess.
I make a motion to stay in
Motion is
recess.
second, okay?
1, 2, 3, 4.
All right.
That down pass, we didn't have a quorum.
Okay, it's.
No, I have it on record.
It's fine.
It's a fire, it's a fire. So are we stepping out or not? Like,
We
what's the
are.
point
Come
of
on.
the conversation? I just want you guys to stay.
We'll carry you downstairs to wait. Huh?
You guys have 15 minutes to get your. 15 minutes.
I was saying.
No, I was talking.
I think so.
I don't know.
I'm not. You've been in this game a long time. Come on, I'm not a conspiracy theorist. The guy gets up like this. Yeah, right. I said that's a great. You should pass that. You were right. The caissons keep rolling along. That's
Okay.
the Army.
Is IT ready?
Yeah, that's the caissons.
IT.
High heat in the.
Do it right now. Okay, are we ready to end our recess?
Yes.
Okay, good. Let me just start with Commissioner Flournoy had something you want to say.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for recognizing me. You know, in the interest of time and doing this properly, and with respect to the developer, we have a couple of other items that need to be heard this evening from the clerk's office, from water, and I believe from our manager's office as well. And
Your millage.
yeah, the millage, yes, that's from the manager's office. So my suggestion is, with respect to what we also said in reference to not having any conversation on this item, Mr. Manager, I would suggest that we bring this item back the next meeting, and then we do those 3 items that are of importance today, that we have a timeline on. Oh, I should say through the mayor.
Yeah.
We have a timeline on those 3 items. I would suggest that we do those 3 items and move this item to the next meeting and give them enough time to really have a chance to have some dialogue.
Yeah, I mean, more likely than not, if you started doing it, we'd end up having to stop you anyway. So it's probably best to go ahead and table till next meeting.
Can the attorney give us guidance on how we do that while we're in quasi-judicial?
Well, you certainly have the privilege of deferring an item to a time certain, continuing it to a time certain, same thing, those mean the same thing. The important thing is that if you're inclined to do that, that's the pleasure of the commission, but you have to specify the time and date when it will be so that it does not have to be re-advertised. If you specify that it will be heard on X date at whatever time the meeting begins, then it does not have to be re-advertised. Anybody who's interested in the item presumably is here or watching or will review the results of this and find that out. Otherwise, it would have to be re-advertised. So
Mr. Mayor, and following our attorney's advice, do you want me to make that motion? Is it okay to make that motion?
Okay, make the motion.
I'd like to make a motion that we defer this item to a time certain, which is our next city commission meeting on the date of?
It's August 27th.
August 27th.
You just voted earlier on that. August 27th, beginning at 6 p.m. is your next regular city council meeting, city commission meeting, per the vote you took earlier.
So I'd like to make that motion.
Okay.
All right, up for discussion.
Yeah, go ahead.
For discussion, Mr. Attorney, tell me what would be the negative to your client besides if they have to come back, and
Obvious.
and so I need to know what kind of detrimental.
Well, with anything, it's important to get an approval so you can move forward with the building permits, for the actual building of the project. So, we definitely understand that there's no one planned a fire alarm, and you have.
That's to be determined.
You can't say that.
For the record, there was an actual electrical fire.
I mean, I don't even know if we could finish it in less than
Well,
an hour.
I'm not, I would be worried that you couldn't even do that. And for sure, there's a couple items that we have to hear. So, I mean, unless we're willing to go way past midnight.
I would say.
Yeah.
2 a.m. 2 a.m.
You know what? I'm willing to stay to hear the. He's got a whole room full of people. I'm certainly willing to stay if we have to.
But are you willing to stay and listen to everything else that we have to have?
Yeah, there's 3 items. I heard.
I think given the
What are the items that we need to have?
Yeah, could you take those other city items first and see if there's a will to be heard for this evening? And
We can give
we'll
it a
just wait.
shot. I mean, and that's the other thing also is that, we could try a vote later, see if anybody wants to extend, the meeting at all.
Mayor, well, since you have a motion and a second, the motion and second can simply agree to defer their motion for right now while we plow ahead with business. It's still, if we come back to it, it could still be on the table, but, you don't have to actually withdraw it. Just set it aside for now and move on with your business, and then you can come.
Well, if I may, through the mayor, there was some concerns already expressed on this item from my seat and that of Commissioner Jean. I don't know if any other commissioners had expressed any issues, but we've typically, since this new council has come on, have not gone past midnight. And after all of this that just happened, going past midnight is not something I'm interested in doing. And I really want to get the opportunity to speak to these developers and their team on this project. Significant density in a corner that, is already experiencing a project. I think that's coming probably, not too far from there, and there's a church there. Haven't had the opportunity to speak to any other members of the church to see how they feel. There's a lot to process here. And to rush it, you're right, we may be able to get it done. We possibly will be able to vote in the affirmative. I don't know that I can do that in my seat. As a collective, I don't know what would happen, but I don't think it's fair to rush an item like this. So that's why I wanted to defer it to the next meeting, and we can take up the other 3 items that are time sensitive.
And I want to give them the opportunity not to, give them given the circumstances, give them a bad shake. That's not their fault to begin with,
right?
And give them the opportunity to really communicate with my other colleagues and myself. Like I said, I didn't receive anything, and even the mayor said that he didn't receive any information about this project prior to. So that's why I felt like it was apropos to second it. So.
Mr. Mayor, if I may just add, the principal, the owner of this project who's going to be developing it will not be here next month. So we would appreciate the opportunity, since we're all here this evening, if you have the opportunity and the will, we'd like to at least take an opportunity to present. And we feel that with even an abbreviated presentation, we can explain the project in full so that you're all aware of what we have to offer and how it'll benefit the city.
Well, I'm willing to listen to our other items first, and if there's time, listen to this.
Right. Mr. Attorney.
This is absolutely the pleasure of the commission and whatever collectively you think is appropriate. So I'm not trying to suggest what you should or shouldn't do in any way, but if you determine that you're not going to be able to hear the project in full and act on it, maybe you can, But if you make that determination, you certainly have the privilege of beginning the item, and if the principal is present and wants to be heard at the beginning of the meeting, and you can, adjourn the item midway through,
that would be,
and not have the gentleman who cannot come back, at least to give him the opportunity, he's come before you to hear him in person. Exactly. You would begin the item and then just adjourn the item to the next meeting. But that would be, you don't have to do that, but it is a courtesy you could choose to extend.
That is a good idea.
Mr. Amster,
since I made the motion, I want to be able to adjust.
So if we were to, we have to go through these other items real quick. If we can go and start hearing it, but whoever, if you had out of town people that were here and you wanted us to start hearing the item, have those individuals come and speak right away, and then in the event that we can't get it done, then that would be one option instead of having to bring them back from out of town.
No, I appreciate that, and thank you everyone for trying to be helpful in this situation. Having it half heard now and then restarted, it's likely going to be inadequate for appropriate, review and discussion. But what is there an opportunity, if we are going to be, because of the time and your other items for tonight, to actually be heard in August, but to have it be earlier on the agenda so that we don't run the risk of possibly having a...
Well, short of the fire alarm, it wouldn't have been a problem.
Well, I mean, but isn't that usually the case when something's deferred? You hear it at the beginning anyway.
It'll be the first quasi judicial.
Once it's deferred, you're the first thing.
And by the way, all the more reason where if someone is not going to be able to return, all the more reason why you might begin, because certainly an item that's already in progress is automatically going to be advanced on the agenda.
A quick question. When you say advance on the agenda, I want to make sure I'm understanding what their request is, because there's a difference between being the first quasi-judicial item and the first item after the consent agenda.
I'm assuming they understand it's the first quasi-judicial.
Is that what you're asking?
No, the first item on the agenda. It's a continuation of the meeting.
Quasi-judicial would be the first thing after consent agenda, typically.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah, but we're still going to have consent agenda first.
Yes, consent agenda, and then
there'll be public comment.
But I mean, it's before
the general public comment will come first.
It's still before all legislation, but it would also be the first quasi-judicial.
And before you sit down, can we have an opportunity just to meet the gentleman that's the head of the project?
Well, are they going to be here next time?
No.
Yes.
We're going to make sure to change travel plans and the like so that our team can be here again on
Oh, he
August
is going to come
27th.
back?
Yeah.
Who is
Thank
he?
you.
Who is that person?
Raising his hand there, Rafael Pecchio.
Thank you, Raphael. We're sorry.
Yeah.
It's an old building and sometimes it falls apart.
And I think you should assure Commissioner Smuggler that Cal's not going anywhere, because
Yeah.
I saw it in the rendering,
Yeah.
so it's still going to be there.
And looking forward to
Where-
interaction between the interim. That's being
Where
key.
is Cal on the?
All right, so we do have a, Mr. Mayor,
Cal project.
Mr. Mayor, we do have that motion in second.
Yeah, okay, so,
As, well,
there's no amendment right now. Right now, we're just going to table it.
Well, the amended would be, if you're going to amend it,
Where is it gonna be?
that it would be, not just date certain, but that it would be the first
where's it gonna be the
quasi-judicial item. That's the amendment.
all right, so I'm going to amend the motion per our attorney's recommendation that we will defer this item to a time certain, which is our next city commission meeting.
August
And that this,
27th,
August 27th.
6 p.m.
6 p.m., and that this item will be the first quasi-judicial item to be heard.
Second, the vice mayor's.
Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes unanimously. Okay, thank you. Sorry, guys. All right, so next is going to be, we're going to take the other items out of order just to play it safe. Yeah, so next item is going to be 11.4.
11.1.
11.1 or 11.4? You told me 11.4 you wanted first.
11.4.
Yeah?
Thank you. Yep.
Okay, all right, so,
Mayor?
yes.
I'm sorry, I hate to disagree with my esteemed colleague, the manager, but you might actually have a bunch of stuff to say about millage, and I think your elections thing will go like,
Okay.
Motion to introduce.
All right.
Second.
We can do that, so,
You already made the motion, so.
yeah.
We're introducing the motion.
Jay,
Which one are you motioning?
the
The
motion.
mayor said one thing and the attorney
Okay,
said
we're
another.
going to hear 11.1 first.
ordinance number 2024-05. Is this is first reading?
It's second reading.
No, it's a second reading.
Okay.
Yeah, second reading.
I thought we did it last time. Approving the change of candidate qualifying dates and runoff election dates introduced by the city clerk. An ordinance of the mayor and city commission of the city of North Miami Beach, Florida, amending section 4.1 of the city charter to change the runoff election date and amending section 4.3 of the city charter to change the qualifying registration period for city commission elections, providing for codification, conflict, scrivener's error, severability, and providing for an effective date. I will remind you that the runoff change does not go into effect for this cycle. It only changes next year, but the qualifying date changes right now.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Okay.
Wait,
It's public hearing.
It's an ordinance.
Yep, we need public hearing.
But nobody really wants to speak on it.
Oh, yes, we are.
Nobody
No,
really.
because Don only had 3 chances. He's out of chances. Okay, motion, we
All right,
approved it,
so-
let's vote.
Madam Clerk, public comment, we got to at least announce it.
He
Public
said he
comment is
wasn't
now
going to
open.
speak.
Everybody wants it.
But there's nobody, right? So-
All right, no one came forward,
Everybody wants it.
so we'll let the record reflect that no one came forward, and public comments closed.
Call the vote.
Any comment from commissioners? Okay, then we need a motion and a second to approve, and then.
Motion.
Made the
He
motion.
should-
Yeah.
You got the motion, we got the second?
Yeah.
Call the vote.
Okay, roll call, please.
Commissioner Smith,
Yes.
Commissioner Smuggler,
Yes.
Commissioner Jean,
Yes.
Commissioner Joseph,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Florimon,
Yes.
Mayor Evan Piper.
Yes.
Thank you. Passes 6-0.
Right, so we're going. 11.4. Okay, so I need a motion, a second, to introduce 11.4.
Motion.
Okay, and Mr. Attorney?
Okay, 11.4. Item, resolution number R 2024-79, fiscal year 2025 proposed millage rate, introduced by Ms. Taylor, the Assistant Finance Director. Resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, establishing the proposed millage rate for the levying of ad valorem taxes for the City of North Miami Beach for fiscal year 2024-25, commencing October 1st, 2024. The calculated rolled back rate and the daytime and place. Oh, thank you. And the daytime and place
for the first and second public budget hearings, as required by law, directing the city clerk and city manager to transmit this resolution to the property appraiser of Miami-Dade County pursuant to the requirements of Section 200.065 Florida statutes and the rules and regulations of the Department of Revenue for the state of Florida, providing for implementation and providing for an effective date. Okay, Mr. Manager.
Mayor, thank you. We had a workshop last week with regards to the millage rate. The agenda was already published, and so the current proposed millage rate, which is a cap, it is a rate that cannot go over, but it can always go down. The direction that I received from the commission at the workshop is to the best of my ability, is to have it at a flat rate and not go above. That's the understanding that I received. But you would have to make an amendment because the proposed currently is still the 6.7 rate. So you would have to make an amendment to that lower mark for approval. Additionally, I believe there was a conversation on changing one of the dates for the public hearing on September. The second hearing to be on September 25th?
Commissioner, the 25th, we are changing that date. I think it was originally the 24th to make, for the convenience of some of the.
10th and September 20th.
25th, yes.
September 10th and September 25th.
Yes.
25th,
25. Yep, 25.
So you need a motion?
Okay. We need to know what the number is, first of all.
Do we make, is it two separate motions? What's the date?
No,
they don't have to be.
We can wrap it together. So, okay. So in other words, what we need to do here is first agree upon a number that would be the millage rate cap.
The cap, correct.
The cap. And then we have to vote on it once we agree on what that number is. Or someone can make a motion at a certain millage rate and say they want to approve at the millage rate of whatever. And then we can either passes or fails.
Correct.
So do we introduce this item and then through the discussion, we come up with a number?
It's already been introduced.
It's been introduced.
We made a motion to introduce this already?
Yeah. Already done. So, all right, and then you've already introduced. So we do need to do public comment. So, correct, Madam Clerk?
Yes.
Okay, so let's do the public comment. We should probably do the public comment right now. I think that'd be the way to go? And then we can go discuss from there.
Did you read the
Okay.
title? Did you read the title? Okay.
I did.
If you'd like to speak on this item, please come forward.
Good choice.
Mubarak Hassan. The initial last year millage rate was 6.1. We raised it to 6.7. The property appraisers increased our value of the properties by 12%. So how much money are we getting with the extra 12% increase? And what we have to be doing, we have to be living within our means and standards. What we've been doing, we've been hiring like true vendors, everything. You hire true vendors, Black and Fish. Right now, I pointed out to you, even though the money may not come from this here and it comes from the Wi-Fi and so forth, Black and Fish engineers, over $500,000 for the information that, yes, you look up in the air.
No, I'm looking.
And sure, don't pay attention, sure.
I can look up and listen.
Sure, no worries.
It's incredible that I can do.
Okay.
And
But can you walk and chew gum?
I can walk and chew gum too.
Okay. Mr. Kazan.
You guys finish?
Yeah.
So what we've been doing is living to please vendors. Since last year, I heard Commissioner Smith, Commissioner Fortuna Smuckler said that they wanted a community development director. Over 1 year, the guy came here April the 11th, 2023. He's still here with us. I have not seen anybody advertise for this position on our website, excuse me. We pay their company $250 an hour, and he works for part-time 15 hours a week or the company, whomever the company sends. We used to be having a slew of community development directors from way back when all the way through. And I know who to vote for come November. And that is what we've been doing. Instead of us being, very smart with our money, we just have a vendor that becomes our dear friend, and we only know how to hire through him. I know who to vote for November. No problem.
He's giving you some water.
Oh, I have enough water.
True gentleman. Gives new meaning to the word public servant.
We can multitask.
That is for his vote, right? Thank you very much for having me.
It didn't work, Mackenzie, sorry.
And it
Okay.
worked. And it worked.
All right, so anyone else want to come forward to speak on this item? Let the record reflect that no one came forward and public comment is closed. All right, Commissioner discussion. Who wants to go first?
I'll go first.
Okay.
All right, there's three things I want to say about this. Number one, the goal has always been to lower the millage rate every year. That's part of taking care of our residents. But the big thing is, if you looked at your package, you got a letter from Pedro Garcia, property appraiser, and in that letter, he is asking every one of the municipalities, as you start this difficult task, in adopting the millage rate, I urge you to consider a reduction of your millage rate in order to help our residents cope with the increased cost of home ownership. And that was, I don't know if anybody else saw that, but I
think he sends that every year.
Yeah.
He sends that letter every year. So that I just want to make that clear because he does send that every year to do that. So.
I just feel, the third thing I wanted to say is I feel that a lot of our residents are bleeding, and I feel that this might be the year where we have to truly stop talking about cutting expense. Okay, this will be the year I feel that we have to stop talking about cutting expenses and stop talking about spending money, and we have to do it to take care of our residents. Thank you.
Okay, anyone else?
Yeah, actually, I do have.
Commissioner John, you about ready to go?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I wanted to say, so if the ceiling is kept at 6.7, that doesn't necessarily mean that back in September we can't bring the millage back to or lower it or what have you, right?
Correct.
Commissioner, correct. All that does is you can always adopt a millage below that cap. You can never go above the cap. So again, it was proposed to give you all the flexibility to have the discussions as needed. At the workshop, you all kind of related that ceiling was maybe a little bit too uncomfortable for you all. If you adopt a millage, whether it's keeping it flat at 6.1 or whatever, after tonight, you wouldn't be able to go above that in the budget discussion.
The current budget that you have set as it relates to the departments, is it based on the 6.7 or the current?
So we're looking at expenditures regardless of the millage rate. We're trying to bring that down. We're starting off first looking at everything from just having a very high performance organization down to keeping the expenditures down to the bare bones as well. And so we're trying to identify and see what are those priorities, where those align. Sometimes we might say there's this year we went through 5 or 6 different audits. I think it's 5. 5 audits. And so there's some things that we're required to do in order to do that. That might put more emphasis in one department over another one, right? And so we're looking at it individually And we have pressures. We have the Miami Gardens lawsuit. We have the additional funding for Washington Park. We have increases in inflation with regards to medical and liability insurance. We have the increase in labor costs as well. We have the shortfall in the police pension. That right there, you're talking about almost $10 to $15 million. That's
the GL
above.
increase. How about the GL increase? General liability insurance increase.
That's going to be about $500,000 this year.
That's $500,000.
So
that's the increase. Not
that's why when proposing a cap, I wanted to give you all and I presented these pressures in the slide on Tuesday, give you all the flexibility to say, where do we need to be? Where do we feel comfortable as a commission and for this community?
So we give you a cap. Will you be working off the cap, or will you try to get as low get below it, at least to appease some of the concerns that we have as commissioners and as residents?
To be completely honest, Commissioner, it depends on what the cap is. If you give me a cap of 5.9,
no,
we're going to go all the way to 5.9.
No, I understand that. I'm just saying, like,
6.1 only gives us an additional $3 million in revenue over what we get currently in fiscal year 24. That's only addressing 1.5 items of what I just listed.
But let me say this too, because when we talk about lawsuits, initially you told us that you were going to provide financial options for us as it relates to, even though the first tranche is due on October, you mentioned that you were going to provide us a financial option.
It's out on the street right now for bids.
Okay, so in essence, we're not looking for sure towards. We don't know if we're going to look towards the general fund, towards reserve, or what have you, right? Because you're out for bid on what financial options. So when we're talking about the conversation of the millage right now, when you put out to the public that the ceiling is 6.7, what does that mean for the resident? Other than optimal services, what does that mean for them?
So again, it's a cap so that you have that option to decide whether you want to stay at a 6.1 or you might want to consider a 6.2 or a 6.3 all the way up to the 6.7. You're talking about at a 6.7, I don't have the list in front of me give me 1 second. I believe
$5 million costs them $4,000, $150,000.
the 6.7. The 6.7 gives you, instead of a $30 million ad valorem, you're getting $35 million.
So, I mean, in layman's terms, right, what does that mean for the resident when we increase the millage?
We had some, I think you had some.
The one that
day,
said
you had
5
the
million.
chart that showed based on the assessed value of your property, how much it would be going
Right.
up.
That would be
Not very much on the lower side spectrum.
$120, I think, or $150 for $150,000.
For a lower assessed house.
Right. So we gave several examples ranging from, and thank you, I think that's where you were trying to go, and I apologize, I didn't catch on to that. And so we gave 4 examples, 4 or 5 examples, going from $150,000 assessed valued home all the way up to $5 million.
Yeah.
And essentially that ranged on the low end, $120 difference between 1 year and the next.
I think it was $5,000 on the $5 million home.
And so basically, they would be paying more if the millage goes higher. Technically, that's what.
The only way they don't
put on the record that
the only way a resident doesn't pay more is if you go to the rollback rate, which is 5.4 or 5.5, because the property value goes up.
So the higher the ceiling, the higher the amount is basically what we're saying. If we approve that high ceiling.
If we approve the high ceiling, we have the option to raise up to that amount. It doesn't mean we have to agree to go to that amount.
Sure, I get that.
And I think the problem is that we don't really have enough information right now to know what we really need to do. Obviously we don't have the information to decide. It's going to come down to if we have to give up things or cut back things, are you going to be more comfortable cutting out certain services or what have you versus raising the millage rate, whatever amount it is? That's going to be the balance at the end of the day. but we don't really know what that is yet because this kind of comes first and then the real rubber hitting the road comes later. So does that help?
For the most part, that's accurate. But we can build the budget to the will of the commission. If you're telling me keep it at 6.1, we'll work towards the 6.1. If you're telling me we want to put the cap at 6.1, but we want you to build the budget to a lower number, we'll do that. We'll work to whatever the commission decides. Conversations become harder the lower you go, but we can definitely make that happen.
Right. So just the only, the warning of the other side is that if he comes back and says, okay, we can keep it at 6.1, but, now there's no summer camp, then, that's going to be a decision. Those are the kind of things that, would you agree, those are the kind of things that we could be facing? And those are the decisions we have to make. So now, on the other hand, if you're like, well, we can't cut out summer camp, we'd rather, if we put the millage up 0.2 more than where we are, and it costs, that the lower end of the assessed value, it's another $40 or $50 a month. Maybe we could say, okay, for that a year, we can, balance that and say maybe it's worth that. Maybe it is worth that little bit to save camp. So those are the decisions.
Excuse me, what did we cap it last year?
6.1.
So
we was the cap.
That's what we capped it.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
I think last
In the summer we did that. I thought
last year what we did. I'm sorry, Commissioner.
Vice Mayor.
Last year what we did was we put the number at what we expected to keep it at. We didn't do the whole, well, we're going to go higher, and then if we don't need to, we'll bring it back down. And if I remember, there was a litany of a group of people that were here saying don't raise the millage rate. So we kept it at 6.1.
And if possible, go down to 5.9.
Correct. So and we didn't touch it.
We couldn't.
Yeah. So, I mean, sorry. Go ahead, Commissioner.
No. Like I said, it's the top line headline that comes out when you say, because the county is keeping it at a flat rate, right? That's what proposed by our county mayor.
They're keeping it at a flat.
Keeping it flat.
Yeah. The county.
But also when you look at the county's forecasting, they're running a deficit.
But they're also
for
the numbers. They're able to play a little bit easier because the numbers make up any of those type of differences and stuff like that. So they're able to kind of offset. It's almost like their rates on any of the utilities. Why are they cheaper? Because they're spreading it over 400,000 customers, not 10,000 customers or 40,000 customers. So it's a much different kind of conversation that they're able to spread it out. Overall, they have a lot more services that they have to do, and they are running a deficit this year. But they're still talking about billions,
So I'm looking at from last year, the ad valorem analysis that was given to us. And I kept it because this was really educating to me to see it. And I kept it in my bag because I always wanted to have it at a commission meeting. And remember, I said these exact words last year. From a 6.1 to a 5.9 on a home that's assessed $400,000, the impact on the homeowner is $70 difference going from a 5.9 to a 6.1, but to the city, to the impact on the general fund is almost $1 million. So, we have to, yes, we're going to be saving the residents some money, but when it's $70 to one resident, but yet it's almost $1 million to the city, that's a big difference. We need the money as well. We need to, not even for, like you all said, the camps and the senior programs and all the things that we need to do. So I know that I was adamant last year about not lowering it, and I'm going to be a little bit adamant again. I know that the values of properties have gone up, but so has everything else. You know, everything's going up. Everything, paper goes up, and computers, and the things we need, not the things that we're buying and wasting money on, the things we actually need that no one can say, no, we shouldn't be getting it. Everything is going up.
Right. Again, it's, I guess you might want to say it's unfortunate that we have to disclose a cap before we really know what the numbers are of the budget, because it would be sort of, but obviously it makes, like, it sort of makes more sense to say, okay, let's see what we really need, and then we know what we can go up, but that's not the way it works. We have to disclose that now, otherwise we're not going to have the ability to have any flexibility. So it's, that's the double-edged sword. And, now, of course, on the other hand, whatever number we go to, I can just tell you right now, the general public's consensus is going to be, we just raised the taxes last night. That's I can just tell you right now, and well, yeah, but at least we're not raising the millage rate. But
They can still say the same thing.
well, I agree.
We're not lowering it.
Right. So it's, I mean, my opinion is that it's in our best interest to go as high as we're comfortable with, understanding that it is only a cap.
And what number do you have in mind?
Well, I don't know. I don't know.
I mean, we can say any number. It doesn't
We
really
could
matter.
say any
10
number.
points up. No, I'm joking.
I think
Look,
we need
it's
to
getting
take
close.
pieces
It's
of
getting
paper,
close.
put 'em in a column.
Of course, it was proposed at that 6.7. Look, I'll say, can we entertain 6.1? Hey, you said it. But the thing is, it really does. It does, depending on what programs or whatever departments that are, because of the rising costs, are going to be affected. Like, we really can't. It's really tying ourselves up. But you did one thing the vice president mentioned last time, and that's just, we're kind of like, because of our reserve, the way we set up our reserve system this time around, it kind of holds us back a little bit too, because it's kind of like tying one hand behind our back, because we are setting at, what is it, 8? What's the reserve amount?
We're approximately 19 million right now. So we would have some flexibility to lower the reserves and move that money into capital improvement projects.
So let's say we're to keep it flat, right? And then, because of we didn't want to fiscally impact as many departments, at least make because you did when you were explaining the reserve protocol that you got us to approve, it did give us an option to say, hey, we can amend it or it's up to us if we want to keep it year to year, depending on whenever we want to switch it up. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Right. So you would have a initial flexibility of moving 3.8 million in the reserve into CIP. I would also venture to state, if needed, the rainy day fund, the fund balance, the reserves would be able to be used for like the litigation or something like that.
That's what I'm saying, because
those
that's
are valid excuses, or not excuses, but valid reasons to use the fund balance, although we are going out to the market to get that covered. And that would substantially lower the amount that we would have in the fiscal years. But assuming that doesn't happen, right? Because you plan for the worst and you hope for the best.
Look, I'm hoping that something comes back on the bid. You come up with a way in regards to using our reserves, and I'll recommend 6.1, keeping it at a flat rate.
Okay, so just
That's me.
Okay, Actually like to hear from the other commissioners as to what
that was the vice mayor's point of view last time, because like I said, that.
Yeah.
Okay. So we had a very lengthy conversation during the workshop, very lengthy conversation. If we do nothing and we stay where we are, there's about, what, $3 million more that we're expecting to come in to our budget next year, right? That's number one. Number two, you talked about our reserves and the fact that we can make some shifting, we can do some shifts there to kind of shore up our budget. So the reality is, Parks doesn't have to worry about summer camp. They don't.
The Children's Trust.
Okay? That's the reality. And I understand what the mayor is saying about the fact that we don't really have all the numbers until we have all the numbers, but we're giving our manager the number to use to come up with a budget. That's what we're giving him. He's gonna go and work it out and with his infinite group of consultants and and ACM and all of that, his team of people, he's going to go ahead and work it out and bring us a budget that fits within that number. That's just the bottom line. And so for the past couple of years, our argument here hasn't been about whether or not we raise the millage. It's been about how low we go. And we've gotten flack for keeping it leveled, right? So the conversation of going above 6.1, I'm not going to tell anyone else here what to do, but as for me in my seat, going above 6.1 is a no-go, because I believe it's already a 12% increase in property values. Okay, I think Miami-Dade is seeing a 10% increase, if I'm not mistaken. Across the board, property values are going up. So the city's getting more money. Yes. We're going to get more money. And so we need to stick to 6.1. I'm not going to put you guys in a position in my seat to go lower, although that's what I want to do. But 6.1, if we keep it level, I think we're doing the smart thing, because we're receiving more money, and our manager, with the reserves that we have, with what he's implemented with CIP, with some of the policies that we voted on, he's more than equipped to deliver a very good and sound budget to us for this next fiscal year. So if we can make a motion.
Is that a second?
Okay, yeah, am I hearing a motion?
Motion to stick to 6.1?
No.
To amend, I'm sorry, to amend.
Because I made the well, if you making the motion, I'll second it.
Okay, so I'm going to make the motion
I'll second
to
it.
Amend this resolution to 6.1.
Change the date,
And change the dates of the two workshops, right?
Right, the dates of the two workshops to what?
To the two hearings.
Okay, so the motion is to amend the resolution to 6.1 millage rate.
Cap it.
And also to change the hearing dates to September 10th and September the 25th. So that's my motion.
Second.
Okay. All in favor say.
Wait, is it a roll call?
Wait, it's a voice.
Discussion.
It's a discussion, sorry.
Okay.
Got to open it up.
Okay.
Oh, we already did it. Yeah, we already did it.
Yeah.
Not public comment, discussion, commissions.
Yeah, we did that already.
So call the vote.
Okay, it's called the
Yeah.
question.
Call the vote.
Call the vote. Okay. So, all in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed?
I oppose.
Got two.
So do we roll call, or what are we doing, Mr. Mayor?
Yeah, I guess you got to get the accurate number. Madam Clerk, do you want to, you just need a number, or do you need to know, need to do a roll call or what? Because then we've got a roll call.
We're kept.
Mr. Mayor, I just want to remind some of our colleagues, because I know Commissioner Smith, we were lockstep in our conversation about this during the workshop. And so, we're still saying the same thing. I don't think we're changing our mind as to what we were saying in the workshop.
I just thought I'd give the manager a chance with 2 extra points to make it 6.3, and then we don't have to spend it.
Mm-hmm.
But at the same token, I will tell you that I think a roll call is called for. We've already done discussion and the vote, so let's just hear what the vote really was.
Yeah.
Commissioner Smuggler,
No.
Commissioner Jean,
Yes.
Commissioner Joseph,
Yes.
Commissioner Smith,
No.
Vice Mayor Florimon,
Yes.
Mayor Piper.
Yes.
We cap it.
Passes 4-2.
Get it lower, Mr. Manager. But I do have a thought, because the county budget is being worked on. I hope you guys are reaching out to our county mayor and seeing what additional funding we can get from them, as well as from our two county commissioners, and see if we can alleviate some of our budget concerns. That's all I want to say.
And let's start, Mr. Manager, if I could, through the chair, let's start to look where there's money, where we can make money. I've been talking about the parking lots, giving free parking to our city. Let's move these things so that we can have the revenue coming in. I mean, you know what? I mean, there's plenty of opportunity. It might not be, it's a drab here and a drab there, but you know what? It adds up. It's the same thing as a house that gives you $70. If we can get $70 from one parking place that week.
We'll reach out to Miami Parking Authority, who is somewhat of a gold standard in Miami-Dade County for public parking, to see what kind of options they have where we might be able to take advantage of their government agency, to see how we can roll something out with
And
them
let's
and bring it back to you all.
And let's verify some of the money that's supposed to be coming in. We're supposed to get money from SLAM. Are we getting the money we're
Yes,
supposed to get? Are we getting the right percentage? Let's verify that too.
All right, so listen, we need to be conscious of the time. We have 9 minutes left. So one thing is, do we want to stay after it all? Huh?
11.6.
11.6?
The water.
All right, let's.
Yeah, the water.
As she comes forward, can I get a motion to appoint Pilar Egan to the library board?
Second.
Okay.
Oh, I needed okay, I'll
Yes,
make the motion.
You got the motion?
Okay.
Second. We got second?
This is an appointment for the appointment.
Appointment for Pilar to the library
Egan
board.
to
All in
li-
favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passes
All right,
unanimously.
thank you.
Okay. Okay. So now we're on 11.6. So we need a motion and second, introduce 11.6.
Motion.
Okay, we got a second?
Second.
Okay. Mr. Attorney,
No presentation? No.
11.6.
No, how could we?
Do we is it just 11.6 or is there another one?
Want to approve piggyback contract with Sprite Point Services.
Just 11.6?
By Ms. Suarez, have a stated the Board of Director resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, approving a piggyback contract between the city and Sprite Point Services, Inc. for the purchase of billing customer service technology modernization software and the implementation in the budgeted amount of $1,602,345 for a 5-year term, authorizing the city manager designating to do all things necessary to effectuate this resolution, providing for conflicts, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for severability, and providing for effective.
Motion to approve.
Okay, well, hang on.
What? I don't know.
Yes. Andrea, can you please give us that? Well, first, we have to have a quick intro.
So, yeah, good evening. So this,
You may want to extend for 10 minutes, be sure to get done.
Are we willing to do a 10-minute extension?
No, just go. Yeah, we can go forward. Come on.
All right. All right, let's go.
You have a quick intro?
okay, good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. This is our customer service software. This is what we are trying to implement. Impresa was a software that was implemented back by Jacobs and is not working for us. We have been looking at several softwares at this point, and we have chosen Sprite Point as that software that is going to do what we need to do. We've been talking about how we need to modernize what we have. Right now, we have silo systems that are not communicating with each other. When there's an issue, we have the vendors pointing at each other. Sprite Point will provide that one software that is going to talk and provide everything. At the same time, the other thing that we've been talking is about the billing template and how it looks right now. When we went back to Impresa, what they said is we needed to pay for additional money. With Sprite Point, we'll be able to do all of the modernization to what we need with also our template, of our billing template. And actually, we have a person here from Sprite Point if you want to hear a little bit about what he has. But what I can say is he used to be with Impresa, so he knows what the faults of Impresa are. He is one of the founders of Sprite Point. And like I mentioned, we've been talking to other utilities that are already using Sprite Point. We looked at other softwares. So we have been in this for almost 2 years trying to get a better software. And this is what we're recommending to do.
Okay. So I take it you've examined this thoroughly. Looked at all options. Obviously, you're more qualified than us to be doing that.
I do have a question. So, to be able to view that issue about we can't view if you have 2 meters on your online, will we be able to do that with this system?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, because before we could do it, and then when we changed to this system, we couldn't do it anymore.
Correct.
So now we can, we will.
Yeah, so the issue you're talking about for customers to log on to a self-service portal and be able to see.
Can you please speak into the mic?
Yes.
Yes, you're talking about an issue where a customer would log on to a self-service portal and be able to have 2 meters tied to one account and be able to see the consumption associated with each
Yes.
meter. Yes, that's core functionality in our
Perfect.
platform.
All I heard was Jacobs was the one that brought up the bad system, and that's
No, actually,
was it Jake? That's what.
Yes, yes,
See,
yes.
all I
oh,
had
it
to hear
was
is Jake-
Jacobs that.
Yes.
All I had to hear is Jacob was
Yes.
the one, and this is the one that fixed it. That was good for
I didn't
me.
All
realize.
right, we got 5
Yes.
minutes. Can we do?
Is this for the 1.6 million? Is it the 5 years
Yeah.
total, or is it a renewal option?
So we're probably going to have to do renewals later on for the subscription, but right now that's going to find the entire implementation plus those years of subscription. Then we're going to have to bring it back.
So after the 5 years, there'll be another amount.
Correct.
Okay.
All right, Madam Clerk, public comment.
Oh,
Okay, no, it's closed.
If you'd like to speak on this item, please come forward.
Does this include the app as well? Does this eliminate the
All
app?
right,
that
let
you
the
guys
record
have?
reflect no one came forward.
it
All right.
will implement. So you will be able to talk to the people also with mobile.
I make a motion to approve.
Second.
No.
Okay.
Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes unanimously.
Thank you so much.
Next, Mr. Manager,
Motion to adjourn?
can we do 11.3?
What's 11.3?
We did 11.3.
11.3 is something that's been pending for months, and to allow minor administrative variances.
Conversation.
And what
Oh,
about
no, she's
11.7?
she's not.
What about,
Wait, not,
wait.
Motion to adjourn?
Hold on. What about 11.7 with the wastewater project?
Yeah, what's wrong with 11.7?
11,
Vacuum.
Yes, can we do 11.7?
Okay.
Real quick.
Okay. So, you're going to read it?
Yes.
Into record?
yeah. Wait, we need a motion in a second.
Motion to introduce.
second.
Second? Okay, good, go ahead.
Resolution number R 2024-83 to approve ITB-24-005 multi-site wastewater project, introduced by Ms. Suarez, of the State of the Water Director, resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, approving and authorizing the award of invitation to bid number ITB 24-05-S3, ITB 24 multi-site wastewater construction project, force main replacement and rerouting, authorizing the city manager designate to execute an agreement with the lowest responsible bidder, Southern Underground Industries, Inc., an estimated amount not to exceed $6,686,387. Authorizing the city manager to designate to do all things necessary to effectuate this resolution and subject to the budget appropriation availability of funds provided for effect.
1 minute, Eric.
Okay.
So part of the 5-year CIP, 2 of our most important projects, Bell Gardens is the one for the Hard Rock, it's going to feed the city center, and it's also our master pump station for all of our 16 basins and wastewater. I recommend that this goes forward, is already funded, and DEO is going to pay $6 million toward this project, refundable.
Public comment?
Public comment? Oh, all right.
Mr. Kassan, before you start, could I interrupt
We
you?
need to make a motion, extend 5 minutes.
Wait a minute, the man has to identify himself. I don't think he ever identified himself when he answered the
Motion
question.
to extend
Second for 5 minutes.
5 minutes?
5 minutes.
You want to
Okay.
identify him for the record?
Hang on, we got to get the motion in here first. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, we're good to 12:05.
All right.
We still have a lot of pressure to get this done, so let's
Okay.
keep it going. Who, you were worried about it?
I think he was identified by our director, utilities director.
Yeah.
Is that okay?
If she wants to allow him to come to the,
Your name?
your name for the record.
Yeah, just
Yes, sorry. Yeah, my name is Ryan Cawley. And
come to the microphone.
Sorry. Yeah. My name is Ryan Cawley. I'm one of the founders of Spry Point.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Okay,
We
Mr.
just
Kazan.
need that for the record.
Thank you very much. My one is going to be 30 seconds. I think it's rather irresponsible of you people to be having 2 minutes to rush through a $6.6 million thing without proper explanation or anything of the sort. I think you need to be more responsible. This thing here is not going to be working going down the road. 2 minutes, 6.6 million, not good. Thank you.
All right. I guess at this point, any comment from the commissioners?
Mr. Mayor, if I may.
Yes.
This $6.6 million was part of the budget that we approved for 2023-24, correct?
Correct.
So all of this was discussed at length, and especially as it relates to our CIP project plan. For the last couple of years, we've been talking about this.
Correct.
But as a checks and balances, you have to come back before the commission to get these funds reapproved before they actually get spent,
Awarded.
or awarded, I'm sorry.
Correct.
Correct? Okay, thank you so much.
And also, they're refundable, you mentioned?
Yeah, so we're getting $6 million refunded from the Department of Florida, so through Florida Commerce for a grant.
Okay.
And I just want to say, last night at the water plant, I had the privilege of hearing about this, so I thank you for teaching us last night as well.
You're welcome.
Okay. Any other comments?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Okay. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Passes unanimously.
Thank you, Vice Mayor.
You're welcome.
Okay.
Just wanted to make sure I was on the record.
Hey, I said aye too.
Motion to adjourn.
All right. And then, Mr. Attorney, do we need to do anything about deferring the discussion items or anything?
Defer item 11.3, because it was advertised, and the other one you didn't get to. Is there one other that we didn't get to in legislation?
I think there might have been.
11.5? The ARPA, do we want to try and?
11
do
point-
ARPA?
No.
No.
Item 11.3, and might as well 11.5 to a time certain to the next meeting.
Okay, but nothing with discussion items. We don't need to defer those.
No.
Okay.
And we
All right.
did we defer, did we vote and defer the quantitative issue?
What did we do with text? I thought.
Yeah, we didn't defer.
It was pulled.
Yeah, it was pulled. So it'll either come back on August, the August meeting or September meeting.
Okay.
You need backup on it.
All right. So let's defer the.
August is already full.
All right. How about the BTR? There's one BTR there.
You can defer that as well, unless Mr. Angus, I don't know if he's gone, maybe.
Mr. Ng's right here.
Mr. Ang, what about number 11?
Joe,
Yeah.
you need to speak into your mic.
Is that the G5?
Defer the BTR item?
It's deferrable. What happens when we defer these is that we continue to let the business operate under the current prior approvals.
Okay.
Our motion would be to defer 11.3, 11.5, and 12.1 to a time certain to the meeting August 27th at 6 PM.
Okay. Who's got, we have a motion?
Motion.
Motion?
I thought you were.
All right. We need a second now?
Joe.
Second, Mr. Mayor.
That's a second?
He doesn't
Okay.
talk into the
All right. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. Passes unanimously.
Motion to adjourn.
We need a motion to adjourn. Who's going to do the motion?
Second.
Right. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
No one's opposed?
She meant Mr. Vice Mayor.